So this is a stream I've been meaning to do for a while, but I've been kind of nice about this because I've been dealing with this dumb shit for quite some time. His name is Far. So this dumb shit, his name is Anthony Mattel Villarreal, aka Frog Tony. Past is the Geek Getaway. He's had a website. He currently goes by Frog Tony. And he has a dead gaming channel. Um, I first encountered him back when he was going after Eric July. He would come into me and LG's, like we were just streaming, and he took him inside Discord. He thought he could own me. He failed horribly, and then it led later on to me, LG, and Vincent owning this motherfucker. And it's been that way ever since. Uh, all the points I'm going to make today, I can make with evidence and back them up. Because I need to finish the thing from, if you didn't see the stream the other day that I did with Sag, because I asked Saggy if he's ever showed any signs. She has dealt with what you call vulnerable narcissists. Tony is a grandiose narcissist. But this is my professional opinion. He always likes to claim that I need medication. Personally, he can go fuck himself. He needs to be a beat in his fucking face and actually fight for once and take his beating. And the other thing is he needs to go see a nice counselor. Because you have what is the signs of narcissism or a narcissist. Sometimes it's a personality trait. Sometimes it's more. Because I uploaded just a clip where he just admitted he doesn't. Now, I just had to click through something, and it was like 7 months ago. He was a lot calmer. Like, he would discuss with people. But he would still be an arrogant asshole. It was right around the time when the ISOM lawsuit, literally, I think it was like right before it blew up in his face. And he doesn't get views at all, either. Now, see, a little history lesson. See, after that is, and then he did open streams for a while as well, and I popped on one, and this was 7 months ago. Extra Hero was still around. TJ Fucktard is still fucking there, apparently. Now, narcissists. They do exist. You know, see, the other thing I know, the reason why he's a narcissist, or has NPD, is because they are my natural enemy. And I say this nicely because I started noticing a correlation in data when I dealt with people who became my enemies or they never liked me for some reason. And this occurred for many years. I started studying them. I go, they sound narcissist or narcissistic. A little farther than I found, most of them basically had undiagnosed NPD. Now, again, there is classic signs. I know the base signs from just dealing with them. Now, and it's not saying they're bad. Now, see, NPD is slightly different. That's something It comes in vulnerable and grandiose. Now, just having narcissistic traits, you would have to write off half a Gen Z based on that. But Tony's 43 years old. Anthony Mattel Villarreal is 43 years old. Ex-wife, treats his son like shit, probably. Or his son's 18 or 19 and doesn't give a shit about him. You can look at his YouTube channel. Works a dead-end industrial job. He streams Snipes Renown. Basically, he admits he can't create content. If you don't believe me, 1 second. There is a clip. This happened from yesterday. This actually happened from...
When Tony depends on his own content and not your streams? No.
No.
It doesn't make content. 31 years.
I don't make content. That's really it. Like, they think that's some kind of own that Tony doesn't make content. Like, literally.
This is content here.
But I admit it. I've admitted it. I don't make content. I don't make videos. I just
we've been saying we're lazy. You know, we're
lazy.
We're not doing any effort. Just laughing at Sturgis.
This is stalking behavior. This is stalking. That's stalking. No, he's not joking. That was from yesterday. Obsession and jealousy is also a narcissistic trait as well. Now, here's something else.
All right, what was I doing? Thank you.
He talks about having weird dreams, that he's self-important by God.
TJ was telling us about his day, and then Wizard already. My day, like I said, guys, I had a fantastic night, and I was like rejuvenated. It was a weird thing. I know I took the day off, relaxing. I was actually
bear with me because dealing with a dumbass, and I would hope he's in chat because the bitch won't show himself. Again, Tony, I know you're going to watch this, or should I call you Anthony Mattel Villarreal? I've been nice with you. And have this. Let me hear this. You need help. Seek help. Go to a shrink. Go to a shrink. I watch your streams, or I get told by them. I heard what you fucking said last night. Go seek help. Go seek help. Two can play this game, but this is how I deal with little bullshit faggots like you. And this is what you deserve at this point. You have doxed both LG and Renown. Seek help. Stop drinking. Stop drinking Monsters. You fucking faggot. And I'm going to be nice about this. Because that's what you are. You're jealous of others. I'm going to lay out the case. And I know, Tony, you won't fucking show yourself. And that's fine. But I know your fucking dumbass will watch this. Now, it won't get me banned. It won't get me banned. Trust me. I can skirt the YouTube guidelines. Hell, if I managed to make it 2 hours. So, Tony, the other thing is why I say he's grandiose is because
feeling a little down. I don't know if you guys know this. I've been feeling a little down lately, and I felt like
grandiose.
Maybe we're going too hard on Eric's line. Maybe.
So, grandiose versus vulnerable. There's a distinct difference in definition and types of narcissism. So, grandiose narcissism, Tony. Clap, clap, clap. Remember, grandiose narcissism Now, remember this. See, vulnerable narcissists are very different. I would rather deal with vulnerable narcissists versus grandiose. At least narcissist, vulnerable at least a little bit better. Someone has their own self-importance.
We should stop detracting.
Having the same
So-
existential crisis as EBS, huh?
Yeah, see.
Are we going too hard? Should we be nurturing an independent spirit in the community? Right? You know, are we? Because I always feel like we're plucking the weeds.
By the way, this is him self-reflecting. But this goes on to him having a dream. He was appointed by God
No, I was just really tired.
to
Bored.
basically
Flame.
gave him a flaming sword. I've also encountered, I think months ago, I encountered him talking to Little Movie Per, where he talked about his past in the church. He was called to serve God, but he fell out of the church. I've also caught portions, and this was one I was more invested than I am now. But in that stream, he shared his experience. You can tell it's a very delusional relationship. He has. And I wish I could find that too. And it's probably still on Pert's channel. Unless it got nuked. But Tony would go around, and it's a grandiose sense of self. He believes he's touched by God, gifted by God. Bear in mind, the man is 43 years old, works a dead-end job up in Chicago, and lives in a damn cul-de-sac. And he spends 4-hour stream sniping others versus being able to create his own content. And he does this.
It's just bringing me this gift. And I received it. I received this sword, this heavenly sword from God, from the angels.
See, remember the little thing I told you about being anointed by God? And he said this without being drinking, nothing, a long time ago.
And I was no longer in my room. I was in a desert. Holding this sword. Just contemplating what my life.
So this is how I'll say he shows grandiose tendencies. He'll say this is sarcasm, but this is how he thinks of himself. Dreams are messages of the subconscious. Dreams, when you're dreaming, are signs of unresolved issues that have plagued you during the day, or something bothering you on your mind. Some have interpreted dreams as meaning. So him seeing a heavenly sword giving him divine providence.
It was. And then I found myself surrounded by zeros, guys. Surrounded by zeros. Zeros to the left of me. Zeros to the right. Just zeros all around.
Hey, nice nips.
Yeah, nice
What are you
nips
talking
there.
And then with my mighty sword, I slayed all the zeros. All the zeros.
And
fell.
And some eights. And some eights.
And
too.
some eights. I think those are double
Yeah, I was
zeros.
about to
Those are
say.
zeros that are like touching each other. Right? They're real close.
The wife and children of the zeros.
Yeah. Oh, those are the little ones. I killed the young.
See, when you're around others, like Tony is, narcissists also gather a crowd around them. So these people think it's a joke. I've learned long ago that Tony's not a joke. There's deep emotional issues.
Then, out of the desert, through a lush jungle, as if YouTube was healing itself, as the earth healed itself. And I stood there with the flame from that sword in my hand, as the words "the chosen one" just kept echoing in my head. And so, from this dream, this vision, if you will, I believe it's my mission, it's my calling, it's my life's work to detract Eric July in all of the zeros.
This is what
Not
sane
because I
people
want
do.
to, but because God wants me to. Because just like Angus, God has called me to detract it.
Now, the thing about him is he is delusional to the highest caliber. If I wanted to stream clip his retarded fucking ass into the sunset, I could. And I really don't care. Again, not much you can say. See, I can see why she said she's vulnerable. He doesn't say he's vulnerable. Now, narcissist. Now, the idea. This is something people don't understand. But true narcissists are not self-obsessed folks. Have real diagnosable condition called narcissistic personality disorder. People with NPD aren't bad or manipulative people. Many see the conditions as a sense of their behavior is repelling others. They truly don't know what they're doing to garner reaction. Consider bringing compassion to the table as you know that you don't have to stay in a relationship that's toxic, abusive, and plain and unfulfilling. This is concerns when you have dealing with them. Me, personally, I have dealt with them. I just choose to burn them with fire. If the inkling in someone in your life is a narcissist, watching for early signs of NPD can inform you next steps. Now, people who have NPD have a grandiose sense of self. There's several different articles because you have to see the difference. There's also some with a DSM definition. They typically feel they're important and more often and more important than others. They commonly seek attention or aim to be the center of everyone's attention. Cough, Tony joining CG, latching himself on to every grifting crisis known to man. But at its core, NPD is defined by its lack of empathy for others. Cough, using others. Tony attacking people without feeling, unable to read the empathy or the room. A narcissist's behavior can run the gambit between excessive self-importance and arrogance and entitlement to almost a childish need for praise, accolades, says psychotherapist Gina Hoffa, LCSW. Now, what does Tony do? He streams. I've seen him when he streams type surface, Renown. My fault. Acknowledge me! Acknowledge me! What the fuck is that, Tony? Anthony, you want attention. That's why you do stuff. Now, this behavior can make it difficult to maintain healthy relationships. Narcissism is often thought of as simply as a character flaw, adding to the stigma around the condition. Yeah, it's actually a diagnosed disorder, not reflective of the person's values or choices. A lot of people exhibit a few symptoms of narcissism don't qualify for the diagnosis. Now, when you're going through this, you need to know the definitions. Because, granted, my field of work and what I do, I've had to deal with people and learn about it. Someone needs to meet 5 of the 9 criteria in the Diagnosis and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which is DSM-5, to be clinically diagnosed with NPD. These criteria include overblown sense of self-importance. 1. Fantasies about unlimited success, brilliance, and more. 2. Belief that they're special and should only associate with people with higher status people. 3. Need for excessive admiration. 4. Sense of entitlement. 5. Exploitations of others for their own benefit. Possibly 6. Judging by the relationship with Saggy, he forms relationships and then he uses others. I don't know, because that's a possible. Lacks empathy. 6. Envies others or belief that others are envious of them. 7. Arrogant and haughty behavior. 8. That is 8 signs out of 9 that he has NPD. To a severe degree. 8 out of 9. And possibly 9 out of 9. Right there. Now, the symptoms remain constant over time, showing up in most domains of life. These symptoms impair the ability of the person to function in society, which they do. Exhibit his YouTube channel. Now, I would agree with this, and then I have talked to somebody who is in the therapy field, and I work with them, for real, and dealt with them in the past as well. And then I've asked them, sure, what do you know of narcissistic person? Because I have to do it for a job, so I've asked them this. Now, it's a very tough thing to get treatment for. Tony will not go. You have to go to it and get the actual testing. But Tony would not do that. Now, depending on it, there's not really meds you can take for it. Now, what causes this? Raised by parents who believe their child was better, were abused, or neglected them. Now, how to distinguish when someone is self-centered or someone with? Mainly adults might exhibit a few of the signs, but a narcissist who lives with NPD will exhibit many. They talk about themselves a lot. That's what he does on his channel. They constantly seek praise, crave attention. They make you feel like gold at first. But when you fall out of their graces, they make you feel powerless and weak, and their anger can feel like a weapon. When you start like extra hero, other people who stopped hanging around Tony. they will actually just use you. Now, this is the big one that I see in when he goes after renowned or others that are actually successful. Many of our participants identify the narcissists in their life as having jealous behaviors towards others as well as beliefs that were jealous of them. One participant reported their husband, who was living with NPD, was jealous of the bond she had with their new baby. Former partners, and this is how they do this, it might be, result in deep insecurities and reliance and praise of self-worth. They're charming in public, but they can have a short fuse. I've seen that in him on his own streams. Charismatic, fun, intuitive to others, and social. Now, this is a big one. Can they change? Yes, I agree they can. But it is such a hard road. You first have to admit you're a self-destructive asshole. Tony doesn't have the pride or the ego to do that. We're talking serious therapy, and they have to do that. They won't do that. My thing is when I've run into them is not. These are the signs. This is something, a lot of these come from the DSM. Now, a lot of these are, right? When you see this is just narcissism, right? Because when you start getting into it, it's pretty much what we said before. Thing is, not every narcissist personality disorder is a spectrum. People who are at the highest, let's see. Basically, the people who are the highest ends, it's kind of are classified as NPD, but others with narcissistic traits may fall on the lower end of the narcissistic spectrum. That is why I say sometimes it's a trait. Sometimes it could be environment, neurobiology, genetics. It could also be that your dad beat you, abused you, or left you and went out for cigarettes and didn't come back. Sorry, Tony, I have to resist. Yeah, this is the man who questions my own sanity, and he has all these symptoms and signs. There's a reason why he described his relationship with his ex-wife at one time as he didn't listen to her emotional needs. And he constantly shows he has no empathy. He treats others as tools. Yes, he does. Yes, he actually does. No, he didn't bring my video up. Oh, yeah, no, Romeo. He brought it up last night because he tried to say that me, Renowned, and LG bitched up. Yeah, we did not. We could try again. I mean, he's retweeting Vincent? Well, Vincent did bait him. So Saggy was describing a vulnerable narcissist. Okay. I think he's an aggressive, not grandiose narcissist. Prime examples are both Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Both, I believe, have NPD themselves. I mean, to be fair, positions of power, very easy. If you look at the ease, so grandiose, people with this behavior will mostly likely treat others as they were superior and above during childhood, These exceptions can follow them as they become adults. They tend to brag and be elitist. Those with grandiose narcissism are aggressive, dominant, and exaggerate their importance. They are very self-confident and aren't sensitive. Now, the difference between this and a vulnerable. This is usually the result of childhood neglect. People with this behavior are more sensitive. Narcissistic behavior helps protect them against feelings of being inadequate, even though they go between feelings of inferior and superior to others. They often feel anxious when others don't treat them as they're special. See, the only reason I don't say it's this, one reason. Now, Tony is aggressive, very aggressive. His self-confidence, as shown before. And I will have to bring that clip up again. It's a competence. He has a competence.
When Tony depends on his own content and not your streams, no,
No,
it doesn't make content. 31
I
years.
don't make content. That's really it. Like they think that's some kind of own that Tony doesn't make content. Like literally,
This is
That is
content here.
That is
What
competence.
we're
but
doing now.
See how he speaks? There's no hesitation. That is confidence. That's not out of injury. Very different. Narcissists, by one or two means. Grandiose. Him talking about his dream. He was given a sword by God. That is a selfish, inert dream. Now, this is more a lot you can find. Now, if you really wish to dig through the DSM-5 up to DSM-7, I think where they are now are probably 9, sense of entitlement. A common sign is narcissism. They believe that they are superior and deserve others and deserve special treatment. Manipulative behavior. Another common trait is abusive in controlling the other's behavior. A narcissist will first try to impress you, please you, and impress you. Eventually, their needs will always come first. When relating to others, narcissists will try at a certain distance to maintain control. Now, I will disagree with a little bit of saggy on that. I did see that. If she didn't see that, she does. I'm not going to fault her on herself on that. But I saw that. And there's a thumbnail that he just did. He just did this thumbnail. So, this thumbnail right here. This thumbnail right there. That is a sign. Need for admiration, lack of empathy. Arrogance. Other signs include sense of self-importance, exaggerating a preoccupation with fantasies, power, brilliance. Same standard. Now, in PD, you want to cross-reference this with a few sources. Which, Narcissus, basically a hunter. A lot of our disorders come from Greek myths. Basically, he looked so beautiful he just stared into a puddle and died, basically looking at his own image. Now, experts aren't sure how common NPD is. According to research data, between 0.5 and 5% of people in the U.S. may have it. Between 50 and 70% of cases are men and people assigned as male at birth. Many, however, hide narcissistic beliefs and informally known as covert narcissism. Because of that, it's hard to understand how many or estimate how many who have it. This is something I've said for a while. Now, a lot of these people are when you see them, they will exist. A lot of it is either autistic skill, some sort of power. It's always not about looks, though. It's usually about success. And now this is where it gets weird. So, she sounds like crap. Now, here's the thing too as well. Now, this is, I guess, when was this article done? I have to look up because there's another one they added. A lot of people still look at the DSM. So let's go back over this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, 8, 9. So at least potentially a 6. So you're talking 8 out of it. Fear of avoiding vulnerability. Withdrawing from others and hiding when vulnerable. I've seen this when he gets narcissistic injury. Now, I haven't seen this. Perfectionism. I'll give him that. I have never seen this. And I don't think he is. Fear of avoiding invulnerability is definitely up here. This is here. This, hypersensitivity of criticism, rejection, or failure. Experiencing severe depression related to failure. Yeah, I agree. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice here.
All right, what was I doing? Thank you, Zombie.
Remember in this, he said he was feeling depressed.
It was a weird thing. I know I took the day off, relaxing.
Depression?
I was actually was feeling a little down. I don't know if you guys know this. Been feeling
Depression,
lately.
rejection.
Felt like
his channel numbers were dying when he did this. Reacting with anger, even rage when they feel criticized or rejected. I've seen that on his stream. Fake humility. Seen that. Avoiding situations when likely possible. You have to come back and refresh. Avoiding situations where fake is possible. Now, I do have to go over this. This is what I've been wanting to go over because he says I need medication. This man needs to be locked away. Now, this one goes into a little bit more. You could say genetics. I have never personally seen this. I think it's a developed thing. Observation, intimidation. I think it's something that develops later. Oh, I haven't touched on the whole Katie did getting wrecked on Lord Raptor Jesus's thing. I want to see him try it. I want to see Tony defend that. She thought that was good, by the way. So, now there is some stuff in this. This is why when you have to cross-reference culture, right? As you could say it a little bit. The reason I say it's a little bit different. Mood disorders, bipolar, anxiety. It has overlap with other. Some can be mood, bipolar, other personality disorders, borderline. There's also antisocial. I don't think Tony has this, or this. It's either one of these in combination with this. Because it shows a lot. See, bipolar, I guess it would, because he doesn't have the mood swings. So it can't be that. Borderline, right? So you're talking what? So borderline's right here. Fear of abandonment, unstable self-image, rapid mood changes, impulses or dangerous behavior. No, this isn't him. Temporary paranoid thoughts. That's not him. You cannot have this sense of grandiose. I could be wrong. He could be lying. But I don't see that. I see this. Yeah, see. See, Miss Sparkles? Yeah, see, that's the deal. Yeah. So, yeah, the whole thing, right? He basically, it doesn't show. See, a lot of this is grandiose, right? So parenting, you could say this too, because he treated his wife like shit, didn't his ex-wife, and his ex-wife, I should say. He basically wasn't empathetic towards her, and just like an object. I mean, I'd be curious on how long they were married before they got divorced. You can assign antidepressants, anti-anxiety, but see, the thing is, he would have to get treatment for this. See, his wife divorced him he hasn't changed. He's done this. He's had his channels. Oh, see. What to expect if you have NPD. Significant negative changes, demotion, losing a job, bankruptcy. Yeah, his channel goes to shit. His wife divorced him. Age-related crises, midlife crises, ultimatums. People have told him to walk. See, the thing is, does he realize he does this? No. Hypothetically. Yeah, he's 43. Yes. 43, ex with a kid. Basically accepts mediocrity. He needs others around him for his own self-importance. So if you catch this up later, you catch the parts you missed. See, him recognizing he has an issue. As I said, line of work that I deal with and I just randomly talk with people. See, you have to understand. If you have a good therapist or someone you see like once, like every so, depending on your disorders, right? Let's say I have depression or anxiety, right? That's what I have. Issues. Sometimes. See, how I knew he was NPD, first off, was I clash with these types. 9 times out of 10, this is what they have. That number of 5% is bullshit. We're going to eliminate that. Now, the envy, right? But there's a big difference. So here's another type. There's different types. So you look at these. Grandiose, wanting admiration or recognition, versus Brumble, needing approval to maintain self-esteem. See, this isn't him. No. He provides himself. Overt versus visible. Now, let's say he is covert. Now, this is a question. Is he benign or is he malignant? $50-50. See, Miss Sparkles, right? This is what I do. I've dealt with this over. It's a lot of people still reference the DSM-5, even though it's gone to like the DSM, well, like probably not 8 or 9 by now. And there's a little bit difference. So you can set boundaries, protect yourself all day. This doesn't work. See, this is weird, right? Dot 2, 8. So these are the things. So if you can see the criteria. Now, difference in variance. Now, I have to see what the current DSM says. But most reference DSM-5. Let's go again. So, these do. Variant difference. When you see more professional. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, there was a lot of stuff that changed. Identity, self-direction, empathy, intimacy. Relationships are largely superficial and serve to self-esteem regulation. Think of this as people on his channel. He's mentioned he has a girlfriend. Take that with a grain of salt. I mean, sure. Grandiose is a little bit... See, bear in mind, a lot of these will fluctuate. They do have... It has a spectrum. And it comes... Let me see, revisit this. Now, I have seen this in him. Narcissistic rage. Outward signs. Bouts of rage when not given attention they deserve. Screaming and yelling. Occasionally when he's drunk. Angry or explosive outburst. Seen that. Anger. Seen that. Sudden fits of anger. Seen that. Being verbally and physically aggressive. Have never seen that on YouTube, but I've heard it verbally. Inability to control his rage. Not seen that. Intentionally trying to inflict injury emotionally on others. That's doxing. Inward signs. Seen that. Passive aggression. Giving the silent treatment. Seen that. Withdrawing, being aloof. Avoiding someone as he does me. Hidden resentment as he does others. Neglecting to do things. He said that himself, why is shitty comics taking forever? Using sarcasm to cut people down. Check. Righteous indignation. Check. Sense of entitlement. Check. Becoming hostile or bitter. Check. Cutting people off as a means of protect. That's a little harder to say. Disassociation of feeling connected reality. Check. My experience, when you have met a good section of these, you're fucked. That's put nicely. You are in a severe range of a disorder. Now, a lot of these people, it's grandiosity. Some people need for attention. A lot of these you see it. Combination. Narcissistic rage. One's explosive rage. Passive rage. He doesn't do this overtly on YouTube, but I bet he does this privately. And he does this on Twitter. Stress, anxiety, agitation. Seen this. Because I've done this to him and personally myself. What causes it? Not getting their way. Not getting attention. Reacting to criticism. Getting caught doing something. Seen this. Consequences. Rifts in family. Breakups. Financial difficulties. Sustaining employment. Attending school. Problems with the law. See, I don't think so. He's too vain. Substance abuse and addiction. Problems with physical health. Depression and anxiety. Inability to change. Feelings of guilt. See, I think he's too emotionally fried for this. physical harm. Can't say without seeing him. I mean, killing yourself by drinking monsters every day, I would say so. But see, he doesn't know how to do this. Like, for him to get down to here. Now, I don't recommend doing this to people. I don't. So, very key, right? Stay calm, set boundaries. Tried that. Avoid triggering a reaction. Well, how much do I give a fuck about the person? Seek therapy for yourself. See, people who are often in... Yes. See? That's what he does. Tony holds a grudge versus all three of us. See, See, I don't have to escalate conflicts. He does it himself. Takes things personally. I hold a grudge, but not that much. See, I don't share too much information anyways. Try to use logic or get into a debate. See, they say don't. Apologize or accept their behavior. That's a general advice. Never do that for any people. You're just aiding and abetting. I don't recommend any of that. Long story short, you should not. Let's say a stranger. You walk away, you don't engage. Coworker, verify things. Spouse, well, bear in mind. Let's go with narcissistic injury. See, narcissistic injury is a little bit than narcissistic rage. Narcissistic injury, I've often seen in people like Tony that linger. Being ignored, breakup, type stuff. Denial, passive-aggressive behavior, silent treatment, physical violence. Devaluation, projection. Big one with him. Playing the victim. Gaslighting, very big. Engaging in a smear campaign. Boom. Making threats, he doesn't do that. Manipulation. 1, 2, no, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, he probably does everything except he's done 9 of these things since I've known him. Now, let me see what they say with narcissistic collapses. I mean, to be fair. Angry outburst, irritability. I've seen this in him too. Withdraw from others. Like when the ISOM lawsuit failed, this happened as well. Interesting. That's actually funny. This is what I've seen in him. I never see him making threats. I mean, that's more your physical thing, right? Because take it for what it's worth. Manipulating others, right? Well, Matt Barr apparently struck her. Oof. Oof. She now has 1 strike on her channel. Now can we get 2 more? But that's what you get for being a clip channel. No offense. Just saying. You could also just delete it as long as she doesn't get 2 more. Sorry. So, what can I conclude? Multiple signs that he has NPD. I'm sure if I dig deep enough, that is the current DSM. I think it's called the current, right? It's the current DSM. Damn shit's a tome, by the way. I I have read the DSM just for sheer I do know they've changed the DSM, the current one over time though. Either they don't call it they tried to redefine in the modern era. I've seen it. They do it. Yeah, Matt Barr's record channel. Indeed. Oh, she's crying about that, isn't she? Maybe you should stop clipping. Assuming that if she gets struck, I believe if you get a copyright strike, depending on it, it does prevent you from streaming. I've heard it weirdly enough. That's usually other violations, though. See, they're going to have a cope session. I wonder what Matt Barr thing it was. Well, okay. Technically, see, it's the price you pay for being a clip channel. Low water marks of creep, though. Oh, you didn't transform the content. You got fucked. Oh. Oh, you got fucked because you did not do transform the content. Oh. God, you know the clip that I need, right? Oh, though, you don't know the story on the puppets, right? It comes from Ripoff verse, by the way. Comes from Ripoff verse. I haven't heard him in a while. He doesn't have me blocked. I think the guy finally died of AIDS. But again, this is depressing. And if Wizards you're watching, you should tell Tony to go get treatment for his mental illness. See, fair use, right? She's too much of a fucking moron. What? Let's say that. Ignoring what I said. Let me see something. I want to see if I can find something. I want to see something. I want to see this. Yeah. When was that? Hold on. When was that? I wonder. Sorry, a little bit away at work. See, it wasn't 8 hours ago. So, let's see. Was it a 10-hour stream? Was it one of these? Was it? No. Come on. Nah. Search transcript a second. Was Katie? Was that about 2 days ago? Oh, God. Stop it. Stop. So apparently, Katie did out of curiosity, right? Might have to go to Twitter. Student to God has it on there. Let me talk to John Malin. Huh. God, and here I thought I did long streams. Huh. The clip's on Twitter, though. Katie was bawling and everything else. Yep. Oh, it's this one. Oh. Oh, it's this one. Okay. It's that one. Oh, do I got one for Katie if she ever comes back around? Okay. So, is there closed captioning on this one? All right. See, okay. So, this is the stream from this morning, by the way, that Katie's meltdown and pure copium kicked in. She here we are. Oh, she got caught lying about her website. Kirby is a see Malin is where she dipped. Cat, yes. Okay, so Malin got introduced to her stuff. Okay, this is the archive. She still keeps this archive up, by the way. She says she's never read fan fiction. This is like big copium, right? She is. I'll have to remember to cut through this one and cut this one down. Because she was like in grief. I asked her when she showed up in my stream, when Saggy showed up, I asked her this exact same question. I asked her how old was Rin and Kagome at the start of the series and by the end. Two separate. Rin was either 10 to 12. Now, having the defense that the guy's an asshole, have you ever watched the show? Lord Raptor, have you ever watched the show? No. He watched it. Do you understand? She couldn't answer that. I pressed her on that. I asked her what the rating of Inuyasha was. She couldn't tell me. I need to remember to clip this down. Katie, fan fiction is not for kids. Rin was 10 to 12 years old, you monster. and you put your own grandiose fantasies onto a 12-year-old who was maybe 16 by the end of the series. Kagome was technically about she was 14 to start, about 16 or 17 by the end. Get help, Katie. And if you were wise, delete the shit. Stop crying. And also, get help for your MPD, Tony. Help, help, help. Treatment. Shrink. Sorry, that's making fun of him. And Wizard did it to me on the other stream the other day. But seriously. By the way, her social girlfriends that were on this panel maintain that website. She goes, I had no... See? Here you go. Yeah. No, there wasn't. He tried to get rid of her. And then shippers basically tried to... Because imagine being John Malin and having to listen to this. Oh, there's so much wrong with this. Yes. Inuyasha basically, Kagome, after she graduated college, or attempted to, decided to stay back in time. Fine. But Sheshrin was fan fiction that none of the fans wanted. But weirdos like Katie liked. Like Raylos. Oh, you know what's funny? She doesn't know that. I think I pointed this out to her before. She doesn't understand there's a type of Japanese manga storytelling where there's a child bride that eventually becomes the bride of an older person. It's not really specifically grooming. It's a partnering. And this is like Stockholm Syndrome or coping and seething. Yes, she would. This is where I'm going to have to say women who... There's more women who write basically Ichi and basically hentai. So, Finatra covered. I got to remember to clip that for that purpose. I see there's James Hurley. Yes, for now, and you have fun. Katie being BTFO'd on her own fucking... She went on here. See, Finatra covered for her. Look at this. Oh. See, Mint's just sitting there in a frog costume. I think it's funny, by the way. It's... Look at this panel. You got Liam, you got Chris Bacon, who hasn't spoken. Yeah. See, my next major coverage is not going to be this jackass. Oh, by the way, he does hate. Oh, yeah. So you got to bear with me. That's... See, he hates Ripiverse, but he orders every book. See, my stuff, right, that I actually want to do, like, here's what I want to cover, right? This is what I'm going to do the follow-up to, all right? Bear in mind. Great stream, by the way. Did pretty well. I'm very happy about that. I need to do the follow-up to this. Right here. Okay? I got to do the follow-up to this. Very good stream. I'm surprised it didn't get buried. Considering YouTube. By the way. Look, relationship with YouTube's a little weird. So, what happened is there was 5 FBI hearings on the stupid things. Because Monday, she goes, Tuesday there's a hearing. So I'm going to have to watch them. It was all last week. Yeah. Sorry. It's... Oh, yes, C-SPAN. It's a wonderful thing. It's... Yeah. One can imagine. That's a big deal, right? Horrible. See, I'll do this in my own time, but I gotta get the details because I need to see what was said by the FBI director. There was another. It's not as awful as probably listening to 4 hours of the other. There's more. There's more. Absolute more. How many days is this? 5-hour one? Was that a 2-hour? Yeah, that's 2 hours. Oh, God. Yeah, yes, for them. That's my next major project here. So when was this? On the 24th? Oh, God. Was that 6? Yeah, let's give old people a preview. I ain't gonna go through all this myself. People should really thank people like me who go through this crap, by the way. Yeah. 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 You think these are like 2? This is the 24th, okay? There's the 25th. He testified before Congress, I think, 4 days last week. Luckily, I do my stuff, right? But you know what I think we should go over? I should, since I had people. Let's see, I gotta go through this. This is why that part 2 isn't done. Because I want to hear this, because there was a couple of other hearings. I don't know why the government thought it would be good to have the hearings now than wait. Now, just for the record, let's see. Let's go over this myself. I've already established why he's a narcissist.
Yeah.
What up, boys? But hello, comments.
Go in the stream. Says the. Oh God.
Don't stream, boy.
Let me just move this really quick. I'm having fun over here. I'm sorry. You can go over there and go do something with yourself. Go cry about how Eric is failing somewhere.
This is members only. Because I'm not a member.
How far did we get the other day?
No, it's
All
if
the way
you
up. And
Halfway
fuck,
through?
refresh it.
But
Because you've
I'm not
watched it
surprised I did.
before,
I'm not surprised at all.
and you were like, if I refresh it, it goes away. You.
But yeah,
Is that what it was? That maybe I refreshed it, or they refreshed it?
It was that one that went private is when it cut you off while you were watching it.
I apologize in advance if someone goes ahead and becomes a member of your channel just to watch this.
If you want to come
Sorry,
join
I'm
me
sorry
now,
in
you're
advance.
welcome to.
Does he actually think that we're gonna like sub to Hypnotic? Guys, you really.
no, this is me now.
Sturgis was doing the hard sell, trying to get people to subscribe to your channel to watch.
Not what happened, though.
Starting
Hard selling my channel.
A very dangerous we indeed.
People saying Sturgis is not having fun. They're not having fun. I don't know. Whatever.
Appearance. Starting
Hard selling my channel.
Yeah. He was like, "Oh, don't be surprised if someone subscribes to the channel so they could watch my appearance."
Oh, I mean, no, whatever.
It seemed like he was like trying to bait one of the haters, like, "Hey, guys, you really want to give them money to watch me hate watch."
Oh, I mean, probably.
And
But
none of us,
no.
both
sides are feeding off of whatever the fuck this drama is. So
I'm just sitting here laughing. We just have fun.
He doesn't have.
yeah, but he
fun.
says the same thing.
No, you could tell the difference is like he gets really mad and angry, and like we legitimately just
He's
laugh.
agitated.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're threatening to sue the guy. That sounds pretty angry.
I
Not
didn't
you,
threaten
but-
to sue anybody.
Not you, but like,
See, let me clarify. You remember how I said he sells a false narrative? He creates these perceptions of reality. Okay? This is an example, the rules we've established. You need to create a perception of reality that fits his narrative. Gaslight, lie as well, right?
certain people. That's pretty angry. You know what I'm saying?
Use the veto we.
Use the royal we.
A very dangerous we indeed.
People saying Sturgis is not having fun. They're not having fun. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is.
I just feel bad for him. He reacts in such a weird, weaselly way sometimes.
What do you mean?
Like he's backed into a corner at any given instance.
Not the case.
Maybe
You
he
mean
feels
it's
that way.
like shooting Sturgis in a barrel?
Nah, not quite.
Yeah, kind of.
Like a little mouse in a cage, and you're like trying to reach in.
Well,
to
see, that's
grab
why.
it, and it's all like,
That's why I try to encourage that conversation. You know, because maybe he does feel that way. Who knows?
I don't think that's the case either.
I mean, I'm sure that he would be happier if he were able to just talk about things that he likes instead of
See, right now, what do you
ranting
think
about
about
the
this?
things that
Yeah.
people that he doesn't like.
Well, do you think he's ranting? I mean, what do you think he's ranting for? Like, do you think he's ranting because he generally wants to rant, or do you think he's ranting because there's some sort of gain for that?
Attention.
I mean, I think there's a bit of both because
True.
No, I don't
he's
think there's any. I don't
following-
think he wants to rant because he doesn't like it. He's not good at it. You can tell it hurts him. You can just see that he really has to try.
So we
Like,
have established
fake
the
all
rules
this
that he
anger.
gives false narrative.
But he gets no attention. This is like the only attention he's ever gotten on YouTube. He's been
Yeah.
on YouTube for like
Projection,
15 years,
right? What was it?
And
Projection.
this is like the most attention.
Is a very
when he
big
started
narcissistic
attacking the
trait.
detractors. That's when
Mhm.
people started like
Projection.
actually watching his channel.
You can see he's genuinely happy when he's talking about Mega Man or Castlevania and things like that. Fandom stuff.
When are they generally happy?
because a lot of his titles are formatted in that kind of same
YouTube algorithm?
media rant.
I think this is where you
format.
get into the algorithm part. This
What do you
kind
mean?
The geeks and gamers. Oh, something is destroyed, or
Oh.
this is woke. That's
This
woke.
might be
or
that
this
one.
is
You mean the algorithmically beneficial titles?
I don't think that's true. I'm going to push back hard.
Well, right now, they'll have to. I know you're busy working on videos, but they'll send you the link if you wish to. You're welcome. You're more than welcome to. Have fun. It's great. So let's establish. We've established that he's narcissistic personality disorder. We've already seen 3 of the signs, right? The gaslighting, the lying, the creating reality. That's just in a couple of minutes.
Because I always hear everybody talking about this magical algorithm. If you
And
really
this
look,
is why
it's
Tony's
not
channel
really,
sucks, by the way.
the thumbnail or the title, because Sturgis doesn't get mysterious. He's not getting like 10,000, 20,000 views copying your guys. He's getting the same 1,000 views because these are the 1,000 views he gets from all the people who are upset at us for being
Mhm.
detractors, right? It's not growing, so it's not growing into the algorithm. There's no algorithm.
Well, do you think he's copying
I've been
us,
out
or he's
since 2
being
a.m.
like a just another commentary channel?
No, literally, he said he was copying. He goes, "I'm doing this thumbnail because it's the most popular thumbnail site. Why wouldn't I do that?"
Oh, okay, I got you.
So
Then I don't know. It's because think about it this way. I mean, it is thumbnail and title that definitely makes a video without a doubt. It's got nothing to do with the video at all.
yeah.
Basically the magic sweet spot for a semi-successful video is anywhere from 7 to 10 click through, and then anything after 10% will usually push the video tenfold, unless it is a controversial topic that is not going to go out on recommendations regardless, and then it won't. Every video, like the videos I have right now about Destiny, it's like almost at 200,000. They have 13 or something like that. They started at 15% click through rate and they dropped to 13. But like that's what click through rate is really what it is. And then after click through rate, it monitors how long people are watching. The view duration is matched with click through rate. So if click through rate is high but view duration is low, people will think it's YouTube will think it's clickbait and bury the video.
Pretty much,
right? So that's really like you can't just put out a shit video, even if you use a clickbaity title and thumbnail, because you got to keep people watching for an equivalent of time that's worth the click through rate.
I think I get like it.
I know I just geeked out, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, do you think his click-through rate would be better if he had shorter video titles?
No, because people criticize my.
Right now, what is your click-through rate? I'm not saying it. Because you've told me before, it's pretty good for a channel your size. Your click-through rate isn't bad, right? Yeah, yours is not low. Yours is not low for what it is, right? Or is it because he thinks your click-through rate's low because Tony's back end is fucking garbage. By the way, ugh. I can figure it out. I'd get to this tonight, anyways. Yes, yours is a retention.
Titles, because I always go for 90 to 100. What do you call it? 90 to 100 words, because 100 is like the max. I always go for 90 to 100. They're like, oh, your title's too long.
Dear God.
Not according to the algorithm. You know, not according to mine anyway.
Yeah.
It works for me.
Yeah, but
have
you tried shorter titles?
Yeah, so I've tried no caps locked. I've tried shorter. I've tried like 50 to 60. And
by the way, I
all
think
of them
it's
are just
funny
garbage.
he talks about
At least for me.
He
You know,
talks about
it
this
depends
as-
on. It depends. Everybody's different, but for me, it was garbage. So.
Good night, Wizard. Wizard went to bed. He's tired. He's all tuckered out, that little guy. Being a virgin is hard work.
And I'm a boring grifter. I'm sorry, Wizard.
No, it's like 12:30. So
It's
Yeah,
past his bedtime.
it
I'm
really
just
is.
fucking with you. I don't care. It's fine.
No, I say that because I know sometimes it's like correlation isn't causation, right? It might seem like, well, I'm putting the longer titles, I'm getting more, but it just might be that particular topic is hot at that particular moment, so you're getting a lot of views on those. And even if you put a
is
smaller,
his
had
logic,
you have
by
put
the
a
way.
smaller,
That's his This is his logic, okay? I have my own pushback on it.
title, it might have gotten the same amount of views. Like, there's no way to actually know because we can't, go into a parallel universe where you had a smaller title and compare the two, right?
So I
This is
mean,
where he
that
gets
might be true
BTFO'd.
for most YouTubers, but for me, that's not, because there's been
This is where he gets BTFO'd by Hypnotic. One of the sections.
times where I've covered either the same topic 3 times in a day or 2 times in a day, and I've experimented with different title formats with certain topics that are trending at the time. So, like right now, the other day I released 2 Destiny videos. Right, one of them was a little bit more aggressive in terms of like the way that the title was. The other one was not so aggressive, not as much caps lock. It definitely wasn't like so out
See,
there.
it's called
And
experimenting.
one
with
video got
titles.
33 or 34,000 views. The other one is the one that got to 180,000. There's two at 180,000, and there's like 3 that are at 20 to 30. So I mean, you can kind of correlate, but it depends. It all depends, man. The YouTube, if you sit there and try to figure out the YouTube algorithm, you're gonna go nuts.
Go insane.
That's just what it is. Like, just
Yeah, but if you
Just-
figure it out, man, everyone will come to you.
if you figure it out, you can sell that shit in a bottle and make fucking billions. But if you sit there trying to figure it out, that's not going to work. I tell the same thing to everybody I've ever spoken to. The only way to beat the algorithm is to be consistent and keep uploading. The moment you get lazy and the moment it thinks you quitting, you're done. That's it. That's the only way.
I think sharing and having a strong base, right? Like, people that are watching your videos that like you genuinely, they're going to watch your videos because it's going to go out to your subscribers first, and YouTube goes, "Oh yeah, his subscribers like it," so then it puts it out to more people. From my understanding, is
either.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
so if you have a strong base that already like you, right, and you have 1,000, 2,000 people that are like your dedicated fans, so they're always going to watch it. So that's going to help you boost. So you're always going to get a boost over, say, Sturgis, who only has 2,000 subs. So maybe he has 100 dedicated fans, right?
Yeah, but Tony, you understand that I was where Sturgis was at, right? Like I wasn't always 50 some odd thousand subscribers.
Well,
Like,
everybody
starts at nothing. Yeah, everybody starts at nothing. And
tiny,
for the first, I was looking at my
everyone starts YouTube.
what do you call it? My graph, just to see like the lifetime thing, and I saw for the first 10 months, I was averaging per day 60 views, roughly, give or take, first 10 months, and that's releasing, I think, 1 or 2 videos at a time. And eventually, what ends up happening is you build a fan base, right? You have your explosions every now and then. They get you a ton of subs, and some, if you're good, most of them will stay. No matter what, you're gonna have some rate of subscriber burn. Doesn't matter. But if you're good, most of them will stay, and then your average will raise, and then eventually, over time, average goes higher and higher and higher and higher until eventually you get to the point that you're talking about, which is no matter what you do, you're always gonna have some sort of dedicated few thousand people that are gonna watch your video, whether it gets pushed out to the algorithm or not.
He still has shit used.
Serpentine says, "Isn't getting past the first 10K the toughest?" I don't know. I'll let you know when I hit it.
It's the hardest. Getting past the first 10,000 is the hardest. It took me 11 months to get 10K. It took me like 2 months, I think, or less, to go from 40 to 50, and everything before that. So 10K is the hardest by far.
Well, it's exponential after that, right?
Yeah, it's way harder because you're literally, especially if you're starting from nothing. It's different if you have like the backing of a bigger
Yep.
channel. Like some of these guys who
Or
are
you have
smaller,
cross promotion.
you know, they might be friends with like a Nerdrotic, or they might be friends with, you know, whatever, somebody bigger in EVS or whatever. They
Like
will have at least a little bit of a boost.
Like a lot of VTubers, prime example, or if you're in a network, like I don't go after LT or renowned people. If they watch me, thank you for if you do. If you're in a larger network, this is how Tony's algorithm, how he thinks he grows. He's a dumbass. Like, he thinks this is how this works. But he doesn't get it. I mean, that's probably why a lot of his videos are very inconsistent, I think. That's actually what I've often wondered. Hell, if I experiment far too much, and if I were consistent, I should be a lot better.
Like a perfect example is that I run how many? 1, 2, 4. I run 4 channels, and my Hypnotic Live channel, which is fairly new, it's only a couple months old. It's at 2,100 subscribers. You know how long it took me to get 2,100 subscribers on on this channel? My first one. It took me forever. So that only took like 2 months to get.
You can
because
get
now
organic
you have
if you have a sub growth.
base off of, you know?
But that's
Yeah,
also
you have
bleed
a-
growth.
It trickles down.
Yeah, you have a leverage point
Yeah,
or a springboard.
exactly. Like if you know how to do it, you should be able to at least
And that's
I don't
like
know what
the
the right word is.
quartering-
I think maybe
quartering
transfer. I don't know.
runs.
You might be able to transfer some of your subs. Most of your subs are not going to transfer. It's just not going to happen. But you should be able to transfer at least some of them.
Well, I think it depends on what your secondary channel is, right? If you go for like one channel is I'm covering games, and then the other channel
See,
is
that's
like
why
I'm doing
Tony's
knitting,
gaming
there
channel
probably is a lot of crossover. But just going like this is a video channel and that's my live stream, I think you should have a fair amount of cross pollination. Where like, yeah, I like you, I like your video,
Yeah,
so
Clips
I'll probably
channels
like your
is
live stream.
utterly
I'll at least
different.
click on it and give you the sub because you know even if I never watch it, I'll still
Yeah.
sub.
over being sick.
Well, you would think that, but honestly,
Yeah.
I see that happening with some of my other channels. Even though Hypnotic Live is bigger than the other 3 or the other 2, aside from this one, most of it is subscribers that found the channel just because of organic growth. Like it wasn't actually. Like, it's crazy how Hypnotic Live got a few hundred subscribers that end up transferring to my main channel once they found out that that was a Clips channel.
His other
Because if you
stuff,
look at it,
too,
you might think it's just a
but-
regular channel. So, but most people who watch my main channel, they watch my streams most of the
But-
time anyway, and they're not going to want to go to a clip channel.
Here's the thing. I don't know if he explains it. A lot of people who, let's say they do shorts, a lot of the people who watch shorts do not watch your main VODs. A lot of the people who watch your main VODs do not watch your main lives. This is what Tony doesn't get. It's like Tony's shit. Like, he's not going to clip stuff out. Like, that's not working out for him.
Of a stream that they just watched anyway. They'll just watch the stream live.
Well,
Or
I
watch-
didn't realize
or watch
it
the
was a
replay.
clip channel until you said that. You said it was
Yeah, I'm
Hypnotic Live,
sorry,
So I
I'm
was like,
sorry.
oh
It's-
man, it was like a streaming channel.
No, it's probably gonna be where I'm gonna do like gaming stuff, but I have no time right now. But if I ever get time, I would like to do gaming live streams there. But it's literally just a clip channel of my live streams, Hypnocast and SNH. So it's, you know, for people who follow the main channel, you know, I know a lot of them that do subscribe there, but most of them are not going to. I would imagine they're already subscribed to the main one.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the royal we.
See,
but
and if
here
you really
I
want to
do
get to the
streaming and I
point,
clip
this was
stuff from the
Tony
stream.
bitching up
So I don't expect
when
people that are watching
Hypnotic
here
dropped
live
in.
to also watch the clip. So
Yeah,
I should not
Just
be
depends.
mean, though. That would be a
It really just
gotcha,
depends.
wouldn't it?
But-
oh man. It's getting a little late. We've been here 5 hours.
Is that a gotcha?
Crazy.
Guys streaming for a long time, man.
Yeah. Well, Sturgis went live. We told him not to go live, and then he went live, and then we had a
Yeah, but you see, when you do that, right? When you do that, don't you think that's going to garner a reaction from someone? Don't you go live, bitch? Otherwise, I'm gonna stream snipe
I'll
it.
go
Like,
live and
if you
just
told me
fight
that,
you.
I'm going live.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, that was the point.
Yeah. So you can't talk
That's
about his
why-
reaction as if it's something weird or strange or
I mean,
or
he's
over,
been
or
aggressive
overreactive.
before. Any of this stuff.
No, it wasn't
No.
weird or strange, but
Oh, what's that other sign? Hypocrisy and projection? Weakness? Remember those signs I said earlier about his bullshit? Tony's exhibiting them right now. But Sturgis is aggressive. Aren't you aggressive?
I mean, he went live, so then we had to end up flipping him or sniping him. As I said I was going to, and then I like to be a man of my word, right?
Yeah. No, I get it. Listen, I get it, man. It's the internet, bro. That's what I was trying to tell Renown. The same thing. I'm like, bro, it is the internet, right? Like, if like you're gonna get people that don't like you, you're not gonna like people. It should not be the end of the world. People try to like some people really try to make that shit their whole personality and treat it like the
Pretty
end of the world,
much.
right? There's nothing wrong with trolling. Like, you can troll every now and then. It's perfectly fine. But the moment you're just like, I don't know. I think the lawsuit shit is wild. Like, that's just,
Oh shit! Exotic Adrian Street here says, "Without Air July, you wouldn't have shit." People said that about the Amico. I wonder
What are
what
they talking about? They're talking about you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll just say what? The fuck?
See,
So see, here, Sturgis's problem is this: he likes to say things, right? And then he gets really mad when people say things back. That's his problem. Like the whole lawsuit thing. Like
you can't take
you're like, oh,
criticism.
they're
Projection.
doxing him live,
Party of what?
Chris showed that because Sturgis literally said on his stream, "You're not going to sue me. You're a pussy." Blah blah blah. So he's like, "No, look, I am actually in the process, and here's the
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
proof."
That's great. That's great and everything, but that's not an excuse to dox someone, in my opinion.
I mean,
Like, you
he had
could
people
have
doxing
listen.
me.
You could have. No,
was
and that's
doxing
fucked up. That's if he doxed you, that's fucked up. Let
Oh, yes. We now tried to dox his name because I said that it was probably me who said his name publicly in a chat, which is public knowledge.
let it be known, and he can hear this.
He said this
back. If he
a couple
doxed
of
you,
times.
that's
And that's been.
No,
I've
it
been trying
wasn't
to
him. It
dox.
was his,
It's gonna be one of
his
us.
buddy. His buddy
Oh.
was doxing. His buddy kept
Yeah.
threatening, I'm gonna dox you. I'm gonna put it instead of him going, "Hey, don't do that."
did he
just,
condemn
"Oh."
his friend?
No,
Nope.
he went. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Urged
All right. So Renowned, you should have condemned your friend for doing that. That's just a fact, right? But
Show
but
which game.
you're the guy who showed that what do you call it, that email or whatever he had. Like, you could have redacted his name. You didn't have to show
No,
his name
that
to
was
make,
his
to
email.
make a point.
That wasn't mine. I wasn't.
No,
showing-
I know. That's what I'm telling you. Like, he could have redacted the name without you could have made your point without showing his name. You get what I'm saying? You did that because it was ill intent. You're not going to convince me otherwise. It's bullshit. And not by you, I don't mean you. I'm just talking about the one who shared the email. That's ill intent. That's 100% ill intent, and that could be easily proven. You could have redacted his name and put up the email and put your chest out there, all fine and dandy, without having to show the name. That's all I'm disagreeing with. Otherwise, you guys control each other. It is what it is. Oh, thanks,
Katie
Katie. You're
says-
the best.
You're being chill. Why attack us, especially me, when you can actually be nice? She said you attack.
It's because you attacked me first, but for some reason you literally don't remember. But that's okay. Like I said, it's all good. Don't care. I like to have fun on the internet, and I do troll. If you watch my Twitter, I'm sure you know, Tony. I troll a lot, especially people who
I have no idea.
who
The only
go
time I've
after-
ever seen your
What's your
Twitter.
Twitter?
He went after him first.
So well, you always got to interrupt me. The only time I've ever seen your tweets is when Sturgis replied to one of your tweets, and that's probably it.
But he attacked him.
That's fine. Listen, I am completely 100% not involved in whatever this is. I don't know what do you call it, comics, hate drama. I have no idea. Like, I literally don't.
One second.
I want Bob Dylan up on stage. Who the fuck are you?
What a classic clip. I remember that shit.
See, Tony
That's
can't
awesome.
even get
Frog
his
Tony,
lines straight.
professional grifter. Professional. I want to get that on the card. And accounting another man's money. See, here's the thing. Like, this shit makes me so fucking mad, right?
Counting
And I say
another
mad,
man's
but not
money?
actually mad, just like confused. because Sturgis and the Rippaverse guys and they'll be like, oh, Eric July made X amount of money, right? But then when you go, well, actually, here's the thing, and you start breaking out why you counting his money, bud. It's like, well, no, you started by Eric going, this is how much we made. You've opened the door to have a conversation about what he's making in the money, right?
See,
I'm not
shifts the goal
following him around to see what he's spending. I'm not like, oh man, Eric shouldn't be buying that sandwich because he's got to invest in the company. That would be pocket watching. But going, these are the public records of your company. Like I think that's fine to fucking talk about. So confusing when these people say things like that.
Yeah, but also what I've noticed with that is that people do like look at his money a lot more curiously than any other independent creator that I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody watch the public records of a fucking comic book company harder than Eric July, and it's only because it's fueled by their idea of him, whether it's justified or not. To say that a lot of people hold on to say that a lot of people are not watching his money. I mean, like I don't know, like I don't have time to watch someone's money. I don't care. The guy's just he's putting out a comic. I think people think I think people have an issue with the way that he handles criticism, from what I understand. I think that's like the big thing with Eric July.
Yeah.
But
I have an issue with the way they
hold on a second.
DMCA'd me 3 times. No, hold on, George. They
DMCA'd
me 3 times, and Eric lied about it, said he didn't do it. I have an issue with him challenging me to a boxing match, and then when I called him on it, he blocked me on Twitter. Yeah, I have those kind of issues. George, what are your issues?
No. The reason why people are in the minutia on Eric July's accounting is because he volunteered that information.
Did he volunteer that information because of public request, or he did do?
No. He volunteered it. He volunteered it right from the beginning. He volunteered it. He said
he wanted to be transparent.
There's so much money I'm making here. I'm buying this car. I'm buying this warehouse. I'm spending money here. He literally gave a blueprint of his finances, and people are going, okay, cool. Let's have a look at your finances.
But that's why you
look at your details.
Yes,
is that necessarily like a bad thing? Like I don't think.
No,
he's just saying that the door was open, so people went through it.
Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it. Like I said, I'm totally out of this shit, so I appreciate you giving me the.
Katie did says, well, then I'm sorry for calling you names, Hypnotic, but you have never been my target.
Hey, listen, I, it's all good, man. People take my trolling as if I really care. I don't care. Like I just like to have fun in the little bit of time that I'm able to have fun. If you're genuine about what you're saying, then it's all good. It's all good.
Could you put your Twitter account in the private chat? I'm not sure if I'm following you or not.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
This is the weird part.
George.
You fucking mark!
Accurate, very accurate.
Part of the pocket watching thing, though, with Eric July is a lot of the milestones or celebration, especially in early days of the Rippaverse, was about how much money each campaign was making.
Okay.
And that kind of sets the trend of like, this is how we look at our comic, is how much money it makes, and that equates our cultural impact as the Rippaverse. And that kind of creates this weird schism when you're trying to look at the comics from a creative standpoint. And it's like, wait.
And literally my first video on the Rippaverse was critiquing the...
He has lied about this
the grammar,
repeatedly.
Mistakes of spelling. And that was like one of my most viewed videos, and I literally had hundreds of comments. People calling me racist and stuff because I was criticizing a black man's comic book company.
That's not
Crazy.
true at all.
Insane. But also, Matt, I'm going to ask you this only because I'm, super chatted. Obviously, I got to read it, but I hold you not responsible for answering any of this.
He lied.
Tribune would like your opinion.
It
says, ask Hypnotic what he thinks of Sturgis calling DJ Eric and Dick Masterson.
You remember that. He lied about it.
Running away when asked to explain himself.
Right.
I don't know anything about the Dick Matterson thing. I don't follow that. In terms of DJ Eric, I'll put it to you like this: if you think that, and again, not to get political, whatever, that's not the purpose of this. If you think trans kids are a thing or transing kids are a thing, then yeah, you're fucked.
Okay, so this is why he didn't talk to DJ Eric, by the way. Eric, and I think I've gotten into arguments with Edward about this because Edward says DJ doesn't believe in trans kids. That's a fucking lie. He says it on Dane's channel.
Groomer, and I don't give a fuck what you say. So
well, DJ Eric doesn't think that. So
does he? Does he not? Because I'm
No.
pretty sure he supports trans kids.
Yes, he does.
no, we've
To
had
my
him on the
knowledge,
show.
yeah.
We've talked about it.
Okay, so if he doesn't
I've
support
literally
trans
said
kids,
it, you know,
then
as
I
an
don't think
adult,
so. There you
As
go.
an 18-year-old, right? You can do whatever you want with your body. You know.
Yeah,
As a kid,
except
I
he
said
says
before, like I don't know. long-term
DJ
effects,
Eric has also said there
benefits,
is such
cons,
thing
pros.
as trans.
So I would think
kids.
just err on the side of caution and wait till you're
Yeah.
adult,
Kiss
to
my ass.
transition.
Okay.
People
And DJ Eric's
realize.
been on the show, and he's like, "Yeah, I agree with you."
Yeah, what he
Okay.
says on that show
It doesn't
he
seem
says
like that on his
Dane's channel.
content. Now, granted, I only watched a few videos of his. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
But
I'm
if-
sure
if
if
that-
someone's attacking a trans kid or something, I'm sure he's gonna like defend, like, "Hey, don't."
Yeah,
Maybe that's what it
yeah.
was.
It's called lying.
You know, but okay. So if you guys are saying that's what he said, then okay, then he's not.
Yes.
So what do you call it? Renowned Zero should not be
Yes.
calling him one unless
What
you
do
got
we-
proof of
that's
that.
exactly
Again,
good
how
now.
hard is
Yes.
this, right? Like I don't understand.
Right there.
Are you expecting like some sort of like weird gotcha? Like
No,
it's
no,
quite
I
it's quite
wasn't.
no, not you. I'm
Everything
talking
was
about
just-
the super chatter. Like it's quite simple.
See, he
Right?
called straight
Like that's where I
beans a
stand on it.
stalker
So
on
if
this
somebody
shit.
believes in trans kids or believes in transing kids, then I believe you're a fucking groomer. Absolutely. If DJ Eric and Dick Matterson did not say that, then hey, all good. I don't. What's the difficulty in that?
Yes.
I think it was more on the point of when Sturgis said the thing, and then he was confronted. Then he ran away instead of.
Yeah, but
No.
you see this whole thing about ask Hypnotic what he thinks about Renowned Zero.
I'm
don't
just
give a
saying.
fuck.
I'm just explaining.
No. I
what
want
the
people
question
to
is.
understand this in the because people like this who super chat that they try to put people against each other, right? They try to say, oh well, what do you think about this? What do you think about? Do you think I fucking follow what every little person says on the? I don't give a fuck. Okay, and now that I know about it, I tell you my opinion and we move on. But they constantly do this. They try to put two people against each other or try to nanny someone's comments through someone else's perception
This
of
is
the
kind
comments.
of an own.
That's the most stupid thing I've ever seen. If Renowned Zero said that, then he shouldn't have said that. That's it.
Yeah.
But
Fuck them hoe ass roads, man.
is gender dysphoria not real according to the person in the chat? It absolutely is. But if you mean to tell me that it's somehow extrapolated by 30 some odd % throughout the demographic and that's just totally fucking normal and is definitely not planned, then come on, man. Anyway, I'm not going to get political here. That's just my take on it. If you believe in trans kids or transing kids, then yes, I do believe that's what you are. If you don't, then you're not, unless I see proof otherwise, and that's something different.
Sounds like some weird drama in the background. There's always weird drama.
Yeah, straight beans
And
is
again,
a
I
weirdo.
think, like me and Sturgis, the issue that me and Sturgis
Straight
had
beans is a
Sturgis
fucking
attacked me,
weirdo. By
and so
the
then
way,
I just attacked back, and then he was like, "Oh, why is this channel? Why are you coming at me? You're a bigger channel." Like he did this whole like, I'm not allowed to like respond to his bullshit. And it's so weird.
No, that's not how.
Bro,
it's
straight
happening.
beans, are you retarded, bro? Like again, I understand you've been waiting for this because you stalk my streams. I totally get that. But you literally just said, can you bring up his chat? What are you talking about transing kids? You literally asked me what did I think about Renowned Zero calling them groomers. I said
No, he just
that-
called Eric a groomer. What he's saying is he's explaining that he didn't call him a groomer because of the trans kids things. He just straight up called him a groomer for no
yeah,
reason.
and then I responded and said that should not be the only reason I would automatically call someone a groomer is if they ideologically believe in transing kids. That's why I brought it up. Otherwise, he should not have said that about someone unless
That's
they
called
knew,
being owned.
something different than maybe I don't know.
He didn't know nothing because he even said to stop touching kids. And DJ Eric's like, that is really harmful. Like, in my day job, if someone from my day job saw that and was like, oh, wow, even for a minute thought it was true, it could cost him like gigs and stuff.
Yeah.
He's like, could you not do that?
right.
He told Sturgis like in the nicest way possible, like, could you just stop doing that? Because that's gonna affect me in real life. And you're like, haha, he thinks it's gonna affect him in the real life. He was really like an asshole about like someone genuinely being like, dude, don't call me a fucking groomer.
See, this is when you get caught in 4K.
Well, again, and this is where having a conversation goes into play, right? Because I feel like you can get a lot more done with
Yes.
conversation than
Good
going
point.
back and forth on Twitter
That
and
is
pretending like
actually
you
a
care
very
about
good
what each other
point.
is saying.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like where we're at. in terms of how most things are handled on the internet. And then you got people like that who try to pit others against each other. Be like, well, what do you think about what this person said? Like, I don't give a shit, bro. What are you talking about? I'm busy. How do you have the time to do this? Like, I don't understand. I'm usually playing Final Fantasy 14 right now, but I chose to hang out here because I just thought it was interesting.
I can't believe you just came out on stream like that. It's very brave of you.
Yeah, it is what it is, bro. I've been an OG player since 1.0 when the game was absolute trash, and I watched the servers get destroyed and reborn, and still playing.
I think all MMO people are just gay.
That's a fair assessment. That's definitely a fair
Tony
assessment.
can't
I could definitely
game
understand that.
See, Tony can't game either with his no life, but he also called the Xbox a fail box too. But what do you expect from a Sony pony?
Dude, when it comes to Final Fantasy 14, considering how gay the fucking community is, without a doubt.
Okay.
Well, it is almost 1 o'clock.
That is an insult. That's not too far from the truth of the Final Fantasy 14 community.
But thank you for coming. Thank everyone for coming. Obviously, if you want to come back and have a more in-depth conversation or more pointed conversation to a particular topic, instead of just chilling and milling around, always welcome. You can DM me on Twitter or just pop in. If Sturgis agrees, I would love to talk to Sturgis, have a conversation with him, discuss all of the things.
By the way, fun fact, Tony, or any fucking of your damn minions who just popped in here and want to watch it. I've tried to get Renowned to talk to you and set up things, but I think the requirement would be you be on camera the whole time. Live stream it. Hell, I would have moderated. But you shouldn't bitch up when Hypnotic popped in, though. You bitched up. This is bitching up. But not as bad as somebody else, It's. But seriously. You want to debate Renown? I'll work something out. But you got to be on stream the whole time with your ugly mug face that shows you have diabetes. Not quite. But seriously, you should be on camera the whole time. I did recall him saying he would do it. Maybe throw that to him. He might do it. Unless you're afraid of someone seeing your ugly mug and your 400-pound self. Because you say you have a good webcam. But Hypnotic totally owned you.
Things that we have to discuss. Whether it's here, there. I would prefer not there because I have a feeling he would just kick me out or mute me. And see, he doesn't got nothing to say. Because
you would have a moderator.
On Dane's stream and Dane did that shit to me. It's really fucking rude.
What? Right? Dane did it to him?
I don't know if he would. I honestly don't know if he would do that. Just being real with you, I don't know if he would do that.
I know he won't because he thinks that LG called me racial epithets. He literally called me a wetback.
I got called the.
And he thinks that was me bitching out because he called me a wetback. No. He's like, he got you. I'm like, how's that a win?
What's your? Okay, I didn't know if I could ask. Okay, nice. I'm Puerto Rican, so
yeah, I know.
There you go. Totally not white, even though most of Twitter thinks I'm a white supremacist, which is all good. But there goes that.
So I'm saying it's like you can't win with these people because if I yell at LG, then I'm an asshole and I was talking over him. But if I let him talk, then I'm bitching out and being a pussy. And if he calls me racial slurs, apparently that's a win for him. Like, so weird. Right? He was literally crying. Like, I made him so mad just calling him.
See, he tries to poison the well with like.
That's because you hit too close to home. No one takes a
close to home.
But there's no target, George.
But yeah, like I said, if he wants to do it on your stream where you can, control the narrative or control the, whether people.
I don't need to control a narrative. I
said narrative, but I'm tired right now. What I meant was
tired.
People can ask me whatever. And listen, like with Eric too, I've offered. I remember going on actual fandom stream. He banned me from his chat because whatever.
He
But,
banned me
Well,
from his
he
chat
did.
too.
Not actual
He called me a racist.
yeah, but I was like, bro, I'm
Ah.
willing to talk because I think he was saying something. He was ranking, I think, all
He
the
was ranking
channels as like
chuds.
either woke. I'm sorry.
He was ranking chuds or what he perceives as chuds. And that's when Hypnotic gets brought up because Dane doesn't know nuance. So, yeah. Try again. That's a weird thing. And yeah, he got nuked in the chat. So, of course. See, I agree. There is no mutual respect between. Look, Tony would totally just pull garbage. Like, he would not.
Are either grifters or like whatever. I don't know. Anyway, he was right. He was ranking them, and I was like, "Hey, bro, I'd be down to have a conversation. I'm in the chat right now. If you want to send me a link." And he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not going to send it to you. Bring a bigoted person on my stream." I'm like, okay, that's perfectly fine. And then Eric was saying something similar. So, and I just kept saying, "Listen, I don't. You don't have to go on my stream." Because I think he thought that I wanted him on my stream. I was like, no, like I could go on your stream. It's fine. I don't got to make money from it. It's okay. Definitely was not. Just didn't seem to be having it. Anyway, I ended up getting in conversation with Eric, and I'm like, yo, Eric, we DM'd each other on Twitter because we said we were going to schedule. So I said, let's schedule. And then he said, well, I'm busy during Pride Month. But I'll let you know.
Oh, by the way, he was not busy during Pride Month.
Yeah, like nothing. So
he probably forgot.
Probably forgot. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not going to be chasing people, but, I put it out there. I extended the olive branch, and then somebody in the chat said, oh, you're only saying that because I'm on this stream. Well, that's because I didn't know what these people just informed me of. So, because all I knew of is some of the videos that I saw, and it didn't paint it in a very good light. So unless there's other information out there, which is what they said, then that's different. That changes the perspective.
You know how
right?
much people
you're allowed
lie?
to be wrong.
Do you know how many people just lie on in cover up for DJ Eric? Because you wonder why, since he joined the fandom, joined the TFI, he has lost like 7,000 subs from his channel because they realized he was a woke tard. Literally. Like, think about it. Whose fault is that? I can pretty much tell you that. And again, he's where is the fate boo? But sorry, confused a moment. Should be trying to do two things at once. But you gotta understand, this is him getting entirely owned because, well, so DJ Eric, right, was supposed to schedule this debate or discussion between the two. And he says, oh, it's Pride Month. I can't do it because it's Pride Month, guys. I'm busy Pride Month. Proceeds to spend half a Pride Month not doing shit, basically. Then he winds up just fucking off. Yeah, so weird.
Right? You're allowed to have different perspectives. You're allowed to change your idea of someone based on more information that you end up finding out. Right? I feel like that's a thing. You're also allowed to have your own strong beliefs and ideologies. And for me, I told you it's about the trans kids thing. So, hey, you could be okay with it. You cannot be okay with it. It's okay. It's the
But
internet.
Eric lies a lot too.
Yeah. with that
See,
said,
what
like
he
I said, you're
says
welcome to come
on
by.
Dane's channel is different.
We've had other guests on. We've had DJ Eric on here several times.
That's cool. You can always invite me whenever. I mean, don't get offended if I'm like I have no time. I'm better with scheduling. I'll be honest with you. Like this is so abnormal. I don't do this. I jumped on Renown's stream because I was uploading videos, and I'm like, fuck it, let me just do something in the meantime. And then you guys said come on the stream, so I was like, all right, cool, let me just do this. And I realized, holy shit, it's very late. But I'm down. Do you normally stream? Like, what time you normally stream?
We always stream at like about 7:00 Central, and then we just go to whenever we end.
Got it. Okay. Sounds good. You can let me know whenever.
Yeah. Well, so like I said, if there's something you want to discuss, or if there's something like,
See, I would call
because we
this
usually it's
bitching
just
up.
like watching Sturgis, watching LG, watching going through the Twitter of the day. It's not real in depth. Like we're not sitting here like having big discussions. Saturday is when we do the like, hey, what's going on in actual like video games and TV shows and shit.
See,
During the week, it's just like let's make fun of like some people and laugh.
It's more like reactionary.
Usually,
nothing wrong with that.
Someone would call this bitching up.
I mean, it's a good hustle. I gotta, I'm up to 105 this week, so
It's not bad. Somebody said I was a dollar store yellow flash. I thought that was pretty good. I like that one.
But see, remember,
Only they knew how
Tony's
wrong they
double
were. But again,
standards.
I don't have to throw my money around.
It's okay, though.
That's not. It's not something I have to do.
You see how his tone changes? It's like,
one
you're a
day
bigger YouTuber.
I will be throwing my money around. I need to.
See, that's that grandiose right there.
Because again, people want to flex on us.
Right there.
Like Sturgis has it. Like again,
Grandiose
this is just the weirdest
fantasy.
shit, right? Like he has this weird
Jealousy.
idea that I make $14
Petty
an hour.
jealousy right there. Envy
When
of
literally,
others.
that's not even like minimum wage in my city, right? So that would literally be impossible for me to even make. But
Yeah.
it's like a narrative
It's
that
the
he runs
envy of
with
others.
because
Why? You just show...
I said I made more money than LG at his job, like on my stream.
with inflation.
And then they calculated how much I made on my stream. Like, you only make $14 an hour on your stream. And I'm like, yeah,
Well,
on
what's
the
a living
stream
wage where you
for that
are?
one day, right? Like, it's not my job. Like, I don't know. People are weird.
Well, what's
Oh, so they calculated how much you made per hour on the stream?
Yeah. Well, because LG had like 400. He's like, I made 400. I was like, yeah, I made that on my stream. Right? So they calculated how many hours I was streaming. They're like, well, that's $14 an hour, bud. You don't make any money. You're broke. I'm like, are you retarded? Like, that was
what's
just
the
that
cost
one.
of
Like,
living,
that was
Tony?
that one stream. That's not my day. Like, this is not my
You
job.
can get a job
This
in
is
California
my
and
fuck
still
around
make
time,
shit.
right?
Be broke.
Makes sense. Yeah, I just stream for 2 hours a day. That's what I try to do.
Yeah, so we just stream for whatever. Sometimes it's a couple hours, sometimes it's longer. Depends on what it is. Sometimes I'm ready to end, and then like someone will pop in, like, "Oh shit, it's like fucking Eric," or "Oh, it's EVS," and like, "Oh man, now I got to stream for another hour."
That's funny.
That's
How you in
interesting. That's interesting because according to Chicago, Illinois, they just increased the minimum wage to $17. So that's hilarious to watch.
I told you this was good.
You know what's really funny is if you check your Discord, you see exactly from December of 2023 when this crackhead said trans kids exist. Eric had a conversation with me literally right there on Twitter where he claimed that trans kids exist and why I call him a groomer. It's literally right there because, Tony's a fucking retard. Like I always say, he's retarded. Also, Tizo Spencer is legitimately fucking retarded too.
He is.
He literally explicitly shows you how much of a brokey he is and then calls other people brokey.
Huh.
He always self-owns himself no matter what he says. He's retarded.
Yes.
Oh, but he's married and works part-time. Dude, if you were really married, you wouldn't be such a little bitch all the time. My God. But that's right. People like him are part of that demographic of marriages that don't have sex when they get married.
Oh, you mean the other? That it does? Hold on a sec. So I'll blow that up. So this was from 23?
December 20th, 2023. This was almost a year ago. where this fat fucking idiot Eric literally says right there, he says that trans kids do exist, just like gay kids. So he thinks gay kids exist too.
I told you he has said it.
I know he said it because I remember that conversation.
I've heard him say this shit on Dane's show.
And I'm probably gonna end up sending this screenshot to Hypnotic, just so he can see it and realize fraud ass Tony is lying because he's retarded.
Clearly.
And as I said, and you see the other thing that it says, as of July 1st, 2024, the minimum wage in Chicago increased to $17.40, which means it's not even minimum wage. Bitch, your minimum wage just increased this month.
You will.
Clown. What the fuck?
Yeah, your minimum wage, just like California, just increased.
Yeah, just like the minimum wage in California is $20 an hour, and they're laying a whole bunch of people off.
Yes. But you know what's funny? You can still do that and still live in California. Like I've heard people say they got a job in California. Like Stuttering Craig was talking to Arch, like when he was doing Screw Attack or something and got like a job in California. But he goes, but that doesn't buy you a cardboard box out there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Does the pay raise include you moving out there and living out there?
But, also Dick Masterson said questionable things, which is why I say he's a groomer.
Hey, no. Remember, Dick Masterson paid for his little bungalow house, apparently $1 million.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
I don't say things just to say things. There's reasons I say things.
Oh, yeah, because
and like I said, I just showed you the screenshot where this guy literally said that trans kids exist, and I called him a groomer. Yeah. So I'm gonna send that to Hypnotic right now. But I'm also going to call
you know what's
tell
funny?
him and tell him, look, listen.
The only reason I did this was because I got tired of him saying I have mental illness when he hits every one of those goddamn indicators. Did you notice that, Renaud? He hits almost every one of those indicators for NPD. 8 out of the 9.
I was watching the stream while I was uploading.
Did you notice
I was
that?
editing my video. Yeah.
He hits 8 out of the goddamn 9. So when I say he has NPD, I'm not crazy, am I? He would easily be diagnosed. And I'm the one who needs medication? Oh, by the way, Katie did getting BTFO'd on board. Oh, I was listening to that in public, but that's Oh, did you hear her crying during that? She's like, and then I love, what was it Vicky said? Vicky said that Vicky said, yeah, she needs to, she's part of CG now. She needs to grow up. But yeah, remember, we don't stalk people. He does.
So yeah, he just literally admitted on stream that he does not make content. He just watches other people.
What? That clip that I sent you, and I pulled that specifically.
Well, I didn't watch the clip yet, but I did. I was listening to the stream just now, and literally, the guy flat out says what he says. Yeah. Oh, wait, we just watch LG, Renown, or the people. It's like, bro, That's why your channel's dead. Anyway, Tony depends on his own content and not your
There you
stream.
go.
No,
No,
it doesn't make content. 31
I
years.
don't make content. That's really it. Like they think that's some kind of own that Tony doesn't make content. Like literally,
This is content here. What we're
but
doing
I
now.
admit it. I've admitted it. I don't make content. I don't make videos. I just
Yeah, we've
watch
been
other
saying
people
we're
You're welcome. It's a short too. You can put it into your video.
Jesus. Oh,
It's literally a short. He did that the other day, by the way. Yeah. You know, he was doing his bullshit yesterday. Okay. See, I do disagree with the way. Okay, Saggy said she is partly correct. She's used to dealing with a different kind of narcissist. She's not used to dealing with grandiose. You know what I mean? That's what makes Tony dangerous or weird, in my opinion. But I'm not petty enough to pull clips like that. You know what I mean? You're more than welcome to use that in a video like yours. It's pretty bad. But what am I wrong in saying that he actually has NPD if he meets those indicators? That's how you're diagnosed with it. You know what I mean? Just, I don't get it. I've been watching LG stream too.
I had an opportunity. I had an opportunity to make a joke about EBS in my video I just put out.
You chose not to? Really?
I thought of it. I thought of it while I was editing.
You thought
I
it.
thought of it while I was editing. There's a portion where I'm reading a tweet, and he did, and at the end it says "Thanks for reading," and I literally thought of the joke afterwards. I was like, "Yes, that's the only thing they've been reading forever is you're not putting out any books."
Well, you mean Well, you mean the other. Does that actually work? By the way, how do you like their coping about the look? I have no shame. It's kind of like what I said to Edward. Edward really fucking pushed something this morning, dude.
They're you can tell Stray Beans was coping over the fact that Hypnotic wouldn't flip.
He called Stray Beans a fucking stalker on his channel.
I heard that.
It's like
I heard that. Yeah. I heard that.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
He's
like, I understand. He's like, this whole thing where you're trying to turn people against you is so stupid, and I know that, you stalk my channel, bruh.
You know what's funny is I know that tactic, man.
Yeah, MSK asked me to jump on his live stream, but I couldn't. I can't because I'm going to sleep soon. Only jumped on here because I ain't nothing else to do.
No, I only meant to go an hour, and then it's like, yeah, be able to do. I might as well go over the other one, right?
I literally showed you the tweet. I literally showed you the tweet. I sent it to
no.
I sent it to Hypnotic on Twitter. I was like, there you go. Here's the message. So you don't think I'm just randomly playing bullshit. No, but the one that Straight Beads is talking about is when I said to Eric, stop trying to fuck kids. I said that to him. I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Stray Beans is a fucking weirdo from Australia who has a fake profile that says he has 9 kids. And then when I said something about it, like, why don't you go take care of your 9 kids? And he's like, oh, that's not real. It's a joke. And I'm like, yeah. Or he's the same person that said he would end his wife because she shares a birthday with Eric July as a joke, by the way. Remember, it's just jokes. Sane individuals, I know.
The
Am I right?
silence says it all.
Am I right? Sane individual?
Yeah, no, the
Yeah.
silence means, yeah.
Same fucking individual, you know what I'm saying?
Stray beans, and every day he has to. Sort of said, I think, to Edward too. Like, Edward literally tried to say, "I'm like, what you?" As I said to him, I go, "You just now live vicariously through, like, your channel." Like, I'm just like, Stray Beans. Literally, I've just looked through, like, his Twitter one day. I don't know. Hypnotic has found out that a lot of these people are disturbed. Imagine living in where you are and basically every day you go tweet something to them.
Bro, that's literally what Broad Tony does every day.
No, he was responding up to you till 3 hours.
Who was?
Was it Tony? Tony was tagging you as of like 2 or 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I don't really care. I haven't muted.
I know you don't.
It's like, if you look at my channel, I think I've only talked about him 5 different times in the last 2 months. He talks about me every day.
Oh, yeah.
A fucking loser. Like a fucking loser. All these guys talk about me, and it's like, oh, he's such an unknown. It's like, yeah, well, the whole internet's talking about
I'm
me.
an
It's
unknown,
weird.
but you go, you do your thing. Like, it's my thing.
It's just weird that these guys are like, oh, you're such an unknown and this and that. It's like, why do you keep talking about me then? And it's also interesting how much of a bitter bitch grudge he really has against me, like Tony does. He's bringing up like super old shit from like a year ago, just like another bitch named Dax Herrera.
Are we sure that? Are we sure that? Actually, I've not seen a lot of tweets from Dick Masterson. I thought he kind of got himself destroyed as secondary.
Oh no, he recently told me I'm not allowed to judge art, and it's like, bitch, who the fuck are you? Who are you to tell me what my opinion is, you fucking clown?
He is a clown, but I mean,
like I would gladly, if I ever found the clip again of him saying that disgusting thing about you know, what I accuse him of, basically. It's also interesting how these guys will literally watch a person like Mint Salad go through abuse, and they act as if she wasn't groomed by Dick Masterson when she was 17. But, you know,
I don't know if she was 17 because I don't know the whole story.
I'm pretty sure I remember seeing it.
I've only heard the stuff from Noel.
They said that she was 17 when he was talking to her, and she was making her little weird art.
And then she left her adopted family who just wanted her to have a normal life.
Yep. And now she's a water sport choreographer with a fat motherfucker who went to jail for stalking.
Oh, did you actually see when Lord Raptor Jesus actually called her out on that?
I didn't see that. I saw the two.
I can't pull that down.
I saw one of.
I gotta cut it down. I gotta cut it down. The one that
I saw one clip. I saw the first clip where Raptor and Malin were talking about it. Then I started watching the second one where she came on and was trying to dance around her bullshit. And then she's like, and then Raptor was destroying her because It's like she's doing all this bullshit and trying to play it off as if, oh, it's just fan fiction. It's just fan fiction. Yeah, and Vito isn't a PDF file for the garbage he said. Remember, what's that old saying? When they tell you who they are, believe them. Yeah, I really believe that Vito is a PDF file. Because every single person I've said, okay, if they're just jokes, say them on your own account. There's only been one person who's ever done it. I've even asked Dick Masterson himself to do it, and he's too much of a bitch to do it because he knows they're not jokes.
Had to go AFK a second. But, sorry for dead air. But yeah, no. It's interesting, one could say. I mean, what have we established? Tony's like still kind of doing bitch shit things. Like,
he literally is doing everything he claims that I'm doing.
Oh, you see when I said the indicators for NPD, and he does every bit of that, and he did that with hypnotic. It's like projection, gaslighting, narcissistic rage, narcissistic injury. He did that right on his stream.
And the fact, and then the biggest, dumbest thing they say is, oh, "I'm not having fun." It's like, I actually have fun dunking on you clowns every day. And it's like, oh, he doesn't talk about anything he likes. It's like, bro, they literally right at the end of that stream. What am I talking about? Shadows of the Damned, a game that I played 13 years ago.
Yeah.
That is coming right back out remastered. I've talked about plenty of things I like, but they will completely ignore all that because they're so fucking stupid.
It's like me.
It's like, or if I talk about, again, I talk about the Ripperverse being fun. Oh, he's not talking about anything he likes. It's like, bitch, you make fun of the people who like the Ripperverse. So it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like Tony was bullied as a kid, and he's just reliving his retardation of his bullying as a child. But now he's supposedly the jock now. It's
No,
like,
you remember what I said too. It's like, as I said, bullying, going after, and envy of others. Right? That's a narcissistic trait as well.
Tony doesn't even understand. I try to tell him all the time about the algorithm. He still doesn't understand how the algorithm works.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna push back against the algorithm. Like, why are you pushing back against someone who's doing it way better than you? The same thing you said to the guy months ago when you were trying to come at him for drama bullshit. And it's the guy that's succeeding far more than me or him. Like, I listen to what bigger YouTubers, successful YouTubers do in order to succeed myself. Because why would I fucking listen to someone who's not doing well at something I'm trying to do?
I mean, if someone's doing more successful, then I would listen to them.
I've listened to a lot of channels talk about how to successfully do this, including Hypnotic.
I mean, and he's like, it doesn't work for him.
I wonder why. Because he's not.
It works for whatever else. So where does that go? Oh, that's where we go. Like right now, he's going over the fandom and the kind of shit. He's kind of like, see, I guess Tony doesn't think, like, he thinks it's a joke or something, I guess.
He doesn't understand algorithm.
Oh, it's boarding. Oh, what am I gonna do that? Oh, by the way, Gooding's a failure, even though it sold 8,000 books. How many books?
No, it sold over 10K. It sold over 10K.
I know.
The whole transparency thing wasn't for retarded haters. The whole transparency thing was for the fans. It wasn't for fucking retarded haters. It's like, bro. That's why I call these guys pocket watchers, man. Oh, we're gonna make fun of the numbers because he made it transparent. It's like, it wasn't for you. It never was for a clown motherfucker like you. I mean, I can clown his fucking money too. I mean, he puts out there his estimated revenue, not what it actually is. So it's like,
what didn't he just put out a tweet? It was like he supposedly has earned $9,000 covering the shit he's done.
I doubt it.
Like, I swear, it's on there. It's like, okay. The reason I wanted to do this is more than anything else is just to show he has a true mental disorder. But here's the downside to this. He will not get seek. Okay. The thing is, he will not seek treatment for his. That's why I say fuck it. You know what I mean? I kind of agree with Saggy, right? Because Saggy actually made up. Because Okay, well, you're here. Go over that. Tony said we bitched up, right? No, we had a conversation. I stayed quiet. You stayed quiet. I only asked a couple of questions that I wanted answered, and apparently, but we bitched up.
I just let two adults have a conversation. That's not bitching up. Bitching up is him complaining about being called a racial slur while literally saying on Twitter, complaining about me not using a slur against somebody else, while he sat there and cried for 3 days straight and even tagged Eric July about said racial slur, but somehow he's not a bitch. Okay. Like, there's reasons I call people bitches. They do bitch made shit. And he's one of those people that does bitch made shit.
Am I
And notice how his weekly donations aren't even really going up like that. So it's also something Hypnotic pointed out. Like, why does he have a weekly goal?
$131 because he's doing one drinking stream a week.
And what's he drinking? Tequila?
I mean, he's like,
and literally he told him, "Oh, he threatened a lawsuit." It's like, I'm not afraid of that because it's not real. Like I said, I never did anything to the fucking dude. I never doxed anybody. I've had
I didn't
shit.
really dox him either. That's
No one.
public knowledge.
The funny thing is you can't dox someone's full name when he literally worked for a gaming website where his full name is there.
Yeah.
That's not doxing. That's not personal information. That's not private. That's public.
It's like if someone actually found my my one business that I had or I have, they would find my name too. But you ain't gonna know that.
That's what's so funny about Tony. He put my name when he actually doxed me, right? And it's not the first time I've had a doxing done to me. It's the second time.
Well, you know what? What's funny is Dipshit also said that. Like, he did, drunken peasants didn't dox you.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Oh, by the way, Dipshit also said we were coping on the latter half of that stream. Yeah, then
Tony doesn't know what coping is. He doesn't know what BTF is.
No, this was Edward.
Oh, Edward.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Edward doesn't know what coping is either. He's retarded.
This morning.
He's retarded.
Oh, he found my nerve this morning. And my patience ran out. Like, I had not blocked him, but I eviscerated him. He doesn't. You know me well enough. For me to break my foot off in someone's ass, you have to fuck up. You know?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta really fuck up for me to actually give a fuck. See, remember, to do streams, we should have 6 people on panel. Most of them just sit there, quiet. Do you know anything about why did Gabe leave Rippaverse?
No. So Gabe isn't the colorist, but he's not. He's still really well liked by Eric. The thing is he has his own comics to do.
Yeah.
So he's doing his own stuff. So he'll be coloring for his own books, which is I forgot what it was called, but yeah, he's got his own projects that he has to do.
So he's just taking a break, not quitting.
No, he has it. It's his comic company is Big Man Comics. He did a comic with Dean Cain.
Yeah.
So as his universe or whatever is expanding, he obviously has to have more priority in that.
Yes. But yeah,
There's literally a video about it too.
yeah. And then who's your new friend, Broche?
Oh, him,
Yeah.
the guy who thinks he's hot shit because he made a comic he made some bullshit that was controversial. Who cares? All American Lawman. There, that's what it's called.
Yeah. Because he's trying to say Gabe left. So I'm like,
Gabe didn't leave. There's literally new comics coming from Gabe.
Literally, this is why when I say he's lying, like I say it like this is why when I said I go over the stuff he has with NPD, he actually lies to people. Like he's gonna make a reality of shit. You know?
He literally has a new comic called The Unstoppable Tyrus. It's right there on his fucking Twitter.
But you know what gets me though, seriously, about a lot of these people? Now it is interesting how our community is very, very tiny, by the way. Very tiny. But it's like I run into people over there. It's like I ran into Abomination AJ on Kidda's stream. But like, tell me, how is that a failure? How is his comic a failure when he sells 8,000 units? How much has EBS sold?
10,000 units.
I know, but I'm getting it. But that's a failure because it didn't make $1 million?
Yes, because they believe that Gooding has the same draw as Isom, the main draw of the Ripperverse. Because again, these guys are stupid. And then they say I'm not great at ranting. Meanwhile, I have a rant all over Twitter right now because of Ripperverse goalpost shot out that people love, but apparently I'm not good at ranting.
Yeah.
Just remember this. I'm one person, and I have upset at least 30 to 40 different people.
Yeah, you came across EBS.
And I've upset about 40 to 50 people because of my opinions. That's it. And I give my opinions for a reason.
I agree with you.
I've upset EBS, Shane Davis. I don't know if I've upset John Malin yet.
I don't know. Malin seems to piss in everyone's cornflakes.
I've upset Fraud Tony. I've pretty much upset everyone on his panel. I've upset Richard Embryo, which I don't care about him. He's a fucking clown.
That's an easy task. You act like that's hard.
I've upset Stray Beans. I don't know who the fuck that is. Some rando Australian. I've upset Edward Doherty. I don't really give a fuck about that guy because
Edward is a weird one. Edward will talk normal, have a conversation till he's cornered, and he goes for a gotcha. He just happened to catch me when I've been recovering from not feeling well, because Tony says you need to take medicine for your head and your other illnesses versus take meds to get better, because I've been suffering from a shitty sinus infection or cold or flu, whatever the hell it is.
I've upset Katie Did, who is actually someone who was going to come on my channel on her Seth Rin fan club account who actually used to like me, but apparently because I sided with Eric, who doesn't take shit from people that try to fuck him over, that I'm terrible. Yeah, I'm absolutely terrible. I've still yet to see anybody who like there was a guy in my stream who said, "Oh, why do I keep lying?" And then I asked, "What did I lie to? What did I lie about?" Yeah, I got no answer, nothing. The person just
That's what
keeps
I.
repeating, "I'm lying about something." I'm like, "What did I lie about? How do I lie about something that's pretty much shown on the screen?"
See,
Like
everyone.
like the most recent shit. This Bosch retard is like, "Oh, he's lying about EVS." It's like I put screenshots on the screen of a backer saying that he's a fucking moron. I literally put a clip of EVS talking about the cross missing on ISUM's belt. Oh, but I'm lying. That doesn't make any sense. And then people will sit there and say, "Oh, it's just a joke, bro." Like, bro, no. EVS literally has been crying about Eric for 3 to 4 months straight on fucking
I
on a
mean,
spite
EVS
podcast.
at this point is just.
He's just a
It's as
fucking
Ray
lolcow at this
said.
point.
CG's Ray kind of even said CG is like this weird disaster. It's this fascinating disaster that keeps continuing. It hasn't failed. Like I keep expecting one day to wake up and find EVS has become the next DSP, but he hasn't. You know what I mean? It's retarded people. By the way, I sent Edward something to respond to, though. I asked him to respond to see what Tony says about Katydid's transgression of Wizard praised Rippaverse art for Gooding. Tony can't pay the extra on the comic because he doesn't have money.
And then I just Hypnotic responded back. He said he responded back. Then I told him about what Dick Masterson said about 15-year-olds. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a clip I need to go out. I need to go out and find that clip so I can put that on Twitter.
With him talking about the 15-year-olds?
Yes, I need to find that. And then I'm gonna tag Stray Beans and I'm gonna be like, this is why I called him what I did. And he'll just deflect and he'll ignore it because that's what he does. He plays deflection for EVS every single time. So I'm not gonna be surprised if he plays the deflection game when I post that clip. It's on Kiwi Farms. I know that for sure.
What thread? It's probably in one of the big threads.
Yeah, where they call that's probably why they call him Diddler Dex. There's a reason they call him Diddler Dex, but you know. It's funny that even Kiwi Farms was saying that me and LG got a win because they saw Tony's face was revealed.
Well, to be fair, the Kiwi Farms people are very easily impressed. I don't hate them. They're the absolute.
And they applauded the fact that I called out EVS on his bullshit when he tried to use them.
Pinnacle
when he tried to use them as his personal army against Eric July, they actually applauded me because I said that shit.
Oof.
Oh, I have that screenshotted. Don't worry.
What? You don't like? See, it's not about going for the owns, because Tony does projection. That's why I was saying. God damn it.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Very good. No, I'm just thinking too. It just Tony causes me to cringe because why does Tony rip off every fucking thing someone else says? Is he that unoriginal? Like he needs to mimic others?
Yeah, I sent you the screenshot.
Yeah. See, here's the thing about Kiwi Farms people. They're not really terrible people versus they're just basically autists. So he's like, because, okay, what do you make of the outside the whole fact of what do you think of when you saw Katie's defense of how she didn't know the smut stuff was on her fan forum? Do you think she lied about it, or she just didn't want to make it seem weird? Because I just want to know.
I think she lied.
Like, if she knows it's going to cause her distress, why didn't she bury that shit 5 miles deep?
Oh, there's a hold on. I have something for that. Hold on, I'll send you what I got for that shit.
Well, because I know Lord Raptor Genus. I saw Malin. Malin was freaked out about it.
Oh, here, I'll send you this.
Yeah.
I'll send you this right here. There you go.
Where is that from?
That's from Twitter.
Was that on her Twitter?
It says reposted by Sesame Book Club.
God. Yes,
right at the top.
Was.
Right at the
Yes.
top, right there.
Oh,
just
God.
this.
Yes, that was.
Just this year.
Ah. Ah.
Yeah, you can only imagine who I got that from.
I can only imagine too. I have friends from that side over there.
That's awesome. This guy's getting more subs. That's good. Hell yeah.
Look, okay, not to out, but yeah, like the thing about DJ Eric and like people like Dane does people like. See, the thing about Tony, right? He's basically, I mean, I'll say this: I don't know what Tony's end goal is. I don't. It's hard to tell what his actual end goal is. Like, if his... I mean, I think you would buy Tony's book just to...
Oh, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't.
No, you'd probably do it on stream just to make it look like shit, probably.
Oh, no. Man, I can't wait to. I guess I keep saying it. I cannot wait for Vito to release a digital copy of his shitty book so I can do it live on stream and do one of those good old fashioned, brutally honest reviews.
Oh, by the way, Katie says she hasn't paid for. Oh, by the way, Tony apparently knows about first printings and how they do runs.
Sure he is.
This bitch has never walked into a fucking comic shop in his life, I swear.
Nope.
The only reason DC or Marvel or DC does like a second printing, like there's stuff I've tried to get, like I don't have like a variant or like the Batman Who Laughs like 1 or something. It's like one of those. Because the comic was so damn popular, they did a second printing.
Of what?
That's like Batman Who Laughs.
Oh yeah, they probably did.
It's like so damn popular, like They ran out of the first printing and they ran out of the second printing. And they only do variants on the first print. Was usually the first print. Will they look at the second? Like I'm still missing like. But see, what gets me a lot is like about Tony's chat. It still has like 7 or 8 people. Like apparently, it's
That's
like
the funniest part about it all.
like he has 8 to 10.
It keeps saying, "Oh, he has more viewers. Does he have more people?"
He's like
actually
142
chatting,
people watching. I see 1, 2, 3. Summer Swan, but only how many chatters?
Like 8 to 10. Like I've seen it with my own eyes.
I've seen it. Yeah, like it's there. I've looked at it. I mean, have you heard the theory about how like certain people do it? They have. I think he's starting to play the bot farm again because his last stream got up to like 1,000 something viewers. Then it topped off. See, that's what I don't get about it. Like, Tony just wants to dick measure. We don't like that. I would rather talk about more interesting things.
What Tony still doesn't understand is I don't give a fuck about talking to him.
No,
I'd rather spend more time making content for my viewers than talking to him.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, see, like, I am gonna watch the Like a Dragon. I meant to ask you about the Like a Dragon Ishin or whatever.
Oh,
like I didn't really
Ishin?
know about it. I think it's gonna be good. I think it's at least gonna be good.
Like a Dragon Ishin already came out.
I mean, I don't think they're really gonna screw it up unless they really try, right?
You're talking about the TV series?
Yeah.
Yeah, Like a Dragon Ishin is a game. If you're talking about Like a Dragon Yakuza,
Yeah, the one that
TV series for Amazon.
Right? Yeah.
Man, they literally said the main character is Nishiki. I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I said I'm gonna watch it though, just to see what they do with it. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how you can get through. I don't know how you can tell the full story of Yakuza 1 in 6 episodes. I don't think that's possible unless the episodes are like an hour and a half each. I don't see a way that they can do that.
I think it's a bridging. I don't know. I mean,
because
they could do
I don't know. I don't know how you take a game that's 60 plus hours and make it into 6 episodes and think you're going to tell the whole story. No.
You could bridge it like you do Fallout. Like I'm not going to use the Tony excuse of show it like my gameplay of anything, but like if it's like a game with a main story, like Fallout 4, even if you just speed run the main story, it's nothing. It's like you could just do like how many main missions are there?
I can tell. Well, I can tell you with Fallout.
I mean, how many main missions in the first game?
Like Yakuza is. I mean, there's
like 60 hours main or 60
hours? No, it's probably 6. I would say 60 hours side story. I think main is probably 20 to 25.
So 20.
There's all. Let's see how long.
How long is the main?
I'd say it's probably about 20 to 25 hours. There's probably about, I think there's like 14 or 15 chapters. So looking it up, it says 17 hours. According to how long would it take to beat Yakuza 1? So I mean, yeah, like I said, about 20 hours probably to beat the main story.
And 8 hours. So they're saying it's 8 hours. Who's V-Bent? Who's V-Ben?
A V-Ben?
Yeah.
Some clown that likes EVS and fraud. Oh, he's a member of my channel to watch my old streams. He tried to say that I went off on a viewer, and I'm just like, no, I don't talk down to my actual viewers. Trolls is a whole different thing. He really tried that narrative.
Trolls.
And then I called him a PDF file because he casually has conversations with his children, and he didn't like that. He didn't like that. He didn't like that very much. Yes, I see you, Miss Sparkles.
Nice to see you. Oh, nice and welcome back.
I've seen you this whole time.
I know. In here.
She's putting Sparkles in the chat.
I am. We have the whole thing. I was waiting. He gets off here soon, anyways.
I should have been off 38 minutes ago.
I got what I do. I accomplished what I needed to accomplish, and I'm sure Dickwad is going to watch this because it's not like he watches my streams at all. You know what I mean?
What?
Dickwad doesn't watch my streams at all.
I'm sure they do.
He does.
Yeah, V-Ben, like I said, V-Ben paid me $5 to watch my one old stream because I went on a rant and apparently, it was bad, and they're like, I'm like, it's not. He tried to claim I yell at my viewers, and I'm just like, you're retarded. I'm like, I don't yell at. I told him specifically that trolls are not part of my chat. Trolls are irrelevant in my stream. I don't care about them.
And Black Angus, who doesn't fuck steers, wants to say something enlightening.
Yeah, Black Dingus, the guy who believes that God sent him on a mission to destroy the Ripperverse. Fucking
Again,
weirdo.
when I said Tony said that's his delusion, I wish I saved that fucking one with him talking to little movie perp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Fraud said the same thing. I'm just like, you guys are weird.
I wish I could fucking save that when he talked to little movie perp.
She says I yell at her all the time.
It's okay. But dude, like, you can't tell me that half this shit with like Tony's like, I don't know what Tony's end goal is. I'm so curious now. Like,
I think his end goal is just to grip until he figures out that he's retarded finally, and he just moves on to something else to grip on.
really? You think so?
Yep, that's what he did with the Amico.
He's just gonna stay there until.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How long do you think it's gonna be before EVS? CG is not full of retards. They are gonna find out.
CG is 95% retard.
Well, but they know grifters
Nowadays,
when they see
Nowadays, you gotta sniff out. You gotta basically pull out the good ones from CG and call it a day.
What do you call Lord Raptor Jesus and Wiggle in them?
Wiggle doesn't like the fact that I like Blade Devil. He claims it's. Yes, which it's
but
not.
Dark Gift is not a dumbass.
Mindy Wheeler, I know that she lost a art battle to Matt Barr, and she refunded Wiggle Wiggle's campaign because that was her bet. But then she realized it was she came on and said, "Oh, it's a grift. Why am I paying this amount of money for something that's supposed to be 8 pages and it's taking forever to complete?" I find it so weird. Now that I think about it, I find it so weird how I literally have two different people who talk about me constantly. Two randos, Tizo's a rando too. So I find it so interesting how two
That's
randos will sit there and say, "You're wasting your money on a book, a book that'll actually receive in a decent amount of time." But people will literally sit there and wait 5 years plus for a book that they might never ever get, and then say quality. Like, no. Oh, and did you know that Stray Beans' latest thing about me is I also support EVS and I play double standards because he's retarded.
I don't think so. You may have bought a book from him in the
He's literally going around saying I play double standards and I still support EVS. And I'm like, I haven't bought a book from EVS in 3 years. What the dumbass doesn't realize, or he probably knows that he's just being willfully ignorant, as I believe most of these guys are always being willfully ignorant, is the fact that I bought 2 books not recently, but I bought books from EVS prior to all this drama.
You bought stuff you told me you bought stuff from Liam Gray before you realized he was a bitch.
Exactly. And what I said was, yeah, I bought books before, but now that they're being assholes, I don't support them anymore. It's simple as that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody decided they're moving the goalpost now. He's desperately scrambling to get out books.
Sure he is. Oh, he says that Rainbow the Brute will be out. He says Rainbow the Brute will be out by the end of August. That's what he says in the update.
You know what? I go back to what I said to LG once. You know the definition of a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. So I backed Red Extermination, Cyberfrog 3.
Remember,
that was still before. That was over a year ago, by the way. That I backed a book a year ago. Yeah. This was prior to him going nuts on Yellow Flash and Eric. There's a reason I don't try to get a refund. Because EVS is an evil individual. Cyberfrog 3 Red Extermination. There's a reason I don't try to get refunds from Liam Gray and EVS. Because they are legitimately evil people.
Is that why?
I'll DM you why.
I would suppose that, but yeah. They're evil or they're bad, yeah. Like, you have your reasons, I guess.
No, there's another reason. I'll DM it to you on Discord.
Oh. Yeah.
Let's see.
Good reason.
Let's see. I also backed Wonder Island by Liam Gray almost 3 years ago. Yeah.
Hello, Judo. How are you? You can't really tell it.
What's up, Judo?
Feel free to watch back. I just exposed why Tony has narcissistic personality disorder with examples. And I'm sure he won't cope and seethe later and try to avoid me. I am Chris Bacon, and I am trying to figure out why Eric July does what he needs to do. Why is he the way he is? Why is he lying?
I'm telling you, these guys are like, well, in Chris Bacon's case, he's still butthurt that Rivers didn't hire him. Tony is still quote tweeting me. He can continue to quote tweet me while he's behind a mute all fucking day long. I don't care, but I appreciate you letting me know. He responded to my veto post. Oh god, because I said veto was a failure, basically.
You know what? I can't really knock Hipstonic's content. Like he's going over the woke Olympic star, I guess, or the thing. I get it. He just goes over what gets him views. Like I guess if you want to talk about the opening of the Olympics, ugh,
it was bad.
It's not even Dionysus. Okay, if I told people, because I'm not gonna dare show it. Because they'll either not strike my channel, they will just block the video or images even. It was supposed to be a blue Dionysus looking Smurf. And they recreated the Last Supper with like drag people. And then there was a kid there. Jesus Christ. It was awful. Okay, Dionysus, or was it supposed to be? I don't know, Judo. I've heard it's supposed to be Dionysus. I've heard it's supposed to be a Smurf.
Yeah, of course he did, Judo. Of course he did. He asked behind his hidden post, how much did I make on my project? I don't care.
No, Miss Sparkles. Dev also said on that it was Dionysus, not other stuff. Unless he covered for it, I would be shocked.
My thing is, how much has he made on a project? He hasn't put one out yet.
Oh. Did you see that Tony responded to you and asked you how much your current project has made?
Oh, that's what Judo was just talking about on the chat.
Yeah.
The thing is how much has his current project made? 0, because he hasn't put it out yet.
Yes.
That's like a stupid fucking question. How much money? My real question to him would have been, how much money would you actually make on YouTube if you weren't always talking shit about me? Probably 0. Or Eric July, probably 0.
I mean, Hypnotic does have a point. Talking about Eric July does make money.
I mean, that's also what Ray said too.
Who's Red Squid?
I think Red Squid is that Uzu guy. I don't care. I have pretty much 95% of my haters muted because they're annoying.
I don't think that's Uz. That's not him. It's another guy. He responded to something you have. His name was Red Squid.
No, I haven't muted. I know that for sure. I don't really care. Like these guys don't give me anything of value that I give a fuck about.
So what's Tony gonna do when he hits 10,000 subs?
Nothing. He's gonna do the same exact shit and have the same amount of viewers. I mean, he's gone up so much and still has the same amount of views. See, that's the funny part. He talked about how I always get my 1,000 views. What the fuck is he getting?
I know.
The same fucking 1,000 views, no matter how high his subscriber count is.
Hardcore. Hello, Duff Mendo. Yeah, no, the celebration thing with the pale horse. Okay. It's supposed to be a representation of the River Seine. And
you're not muted, Sparkles.
You're not muted. It's supposed to be the white horse, which is death in theory, is supposed to be the River Seine or the spirit of it. it's the opening was rather weird because of the they were going to do the celebration of kinks, and even the announcer said it. And then there's the weird thing with the. I didn't think the part with the metal display at the with the headless Marie Antoinette was not bad, but it was just a weird opening, though. I think it's the. But then again, if you realize it's France, yeah, it was going to be weird. I just want to know why they showed the Smurf that I I don't get that. And by the way, that's supposedly taken down all over the place. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I don't think that's. I don't look. Read out. What do you think of the people? You saw some of that coverage of the stuff from the opening of the Olympics, right? No? Yeah. See, okay. I think, this is my opinion, it was weird. Right? This is just me. I think it's a little weird. And it is France. Okay? If you don't know anything about France, they are known for being eccentric people. It's a very super, like, you're talking, it is the place where cuties came from. Okay. Don't even display. I'm not even my bias. I don't have the whole thing of frogs. They retreat everywhere. No. I'm just telling you. I don't buy that was Dionysus. I'm sorry. And I don't think it's satanic. I just think it's a fetish. It was a celebration of kinks. You can go along with that. It ain't normal, and it's not like something you see. You gotta understand that it's not just gonna just pop out of the woodwork. Because it was a French art director, they wanted to do cuties. And France is known for very extravagant things. Oh, yes, Judo. I said that on stream because she went crying on there. What's funny is the French have this have a high Muslim population, so you could see. It's not that all of France is bad.
100% sparkles. Like Katie did looks like a middle-aged old white lady who fucks dogs.
Well, this is true. We have no proof, but we just say it because we do say she has some weird fetishist stuff. Well, no, Judo, but no, honestly, about the whole opening of the Olympics is supposed to be something for the nation. I don't know how stuff gets passed. I think they had a furry guy, like I get having like the wheelchair guy and the animatronic suit thingy, automated like little robot exoskeleton, be able to do it. I get that. Celebration of Pride. of various types. I mean, but the kid being in the background next to the guy with the no. Watching French riots? I don't know. But yeah. I know we're down. I guess let's go over. You're not gonna be interested in like watching. If you want to watch the series, we could go over it. You probably binge watch what the or did you already watch it?
Watch what?
The Like a Dragon?
Oh no, I haven't. I mean, it's not out yet. It's not coming out till October.
Yeah, till October, yeah. You two really need to hash that out, by the way. Or if not. But yeah, though, I don't know. I was just if I sound tired. But yeah, no, I think it's like Tony's on stream, dude. Like, I know they'll say something. Like, Tony tries to do ad hominems against me. That's why I did the stuff earlier. I don't even have to go far to prove Tony has mental illness. And I mean legit what I said. See, Judah, if you go back and see it, like I said, his delusional dream, grandiose visions, the man's NPD to the fucking core. The dude would come up with a dead ringer of NPD to like the nth degree. Like, he meets 8 out of the 9 indicators for narcissistic personality disorder. 8 out of the 9. Miss Sparkles asks, what's your tell her what your icon is.
Yeah, it's supposed to represent. It's supposed to represent Castlevania.
It was done by LG. Was it Belmont? No, Belmont or
I think it's supposed to be kind of similar to like Dracula's outfit or like a Belmont. Like literally, I kind of have an outfit similar to this one, but it's not red; it's blue.
Well, you're right. You only need to hit 6 markers. You could hit 9. Hitting 8 is worse. You're going to tell me hitting 8. Imagine hitting 8 markers. You need to hit like 6 to only qualify, yeah. You only need to hit 6 to qualify. Well, I show people this. So if you go with the DSM-5 checklist, right? So this is just the one. Let's see. Go over the checklist. Just the whole thing. I just want to say this, right? This is what some people think I'm crazy. In terms of it. Okay. Get back down at least the point. Now. Okay, I'll show people. This is the indicators. So people don't believe me, right? I guess I should show them before. So, yeah, this is the indicators for people to catch us now. Go back to what I said earlier. I used examples. Grandiose sense of self-importance. Boom. Fantasies of unlimited success. Boom. Belief in self is special, unique, and can only be understood by or associated with other people of high status. Boom. Requires excess admiration. Check. Sense of entitlement. Check. Interpersonally exploitative of others. Can't prove. Lacks empathy. Check. Envious of others. And believes that others are envious of him or her. Check. Arrogant, haughty, and behaviors and attitudes. Check. 8 out of the 9. 8 out of the 9. Now, if we go to the signs of narcissistic rage and narcissistic injury, he exhibits those as well. Oh, yeah. Until I'm tired. Signs of narcissistic rage. Check his channel. Outwards, bouts of rage not given attention in the field. Check. Screaming and yelling. Quite. Doesn't do it on YouTube. Angry explosive outburst. Did it against LG and others. Intense anger. You can sense it, but it'll show it. Sudden fits of anger. Does it. Becoming verbally or physically aggressive. Does that quite frequently. Inability to control rage. Hard to tell. Intentionally trying to inflict pain. Emotional or physical on others. Boom.
Sounds like Miss Sparkles likes easy access.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong. We have seen almost all of these on his streams. Inward signs, passive aggression, giving silent treatment, withdrawing or aloof, avoiding someone. He does that to me. Hidden resentment, using sarcasm to cut people down, neglecting things to do. Righteous indignation, sense of entitlement, becoming hostile or bitter, cutting people off to means to protect one of their inner selves. Can't verify this, but I bet he's done it. Disassociation, or feeling disconnected from reality.
Oh, don't play dumb, Miss Sparkles. We all know what I'm talking about.
See, Judo, this is a very serious thing. He says I am mentally ill. But he has all these indicators, and I have seen them. When did I first tell you he has narcissistic? I'm the one who went on his stream and called him narcissistic. And it's stuck in his crawl brain ever since.
Just like when I call him a grifter, because he's actually a grifter.
So, signs of narcissistic injury. So, narcissistic injury is what happens to people like him when they get hurt. Denial, passive-aggressive behavior, silent treatment, narcissistic rage, physical violence. Can't really prove that. Devaluation.
Oh, because you said boxers were a turn on for you. That's why I said I
know
why.
I'm talking about, this is signs Tony exhibits. Projection.
Oh, a lot of that.
Projection is the big one with him. Playing the victim. Gaslighting. Engaging in a smear campaign. He doesn't do this at all, does he?
Oh,
Making
yeah,
threats. He just started making threats towards you. Don't go lie, boy. Manipulation of others.
He sounds like a slave driver saying that weird shit.
I legit believe he's trying to do a comic. I really do. Is it good?
Like I should ask him, like, are you Kratos or something? Because you don't look intimidating. I'm sorry, Tony, you don't look intimidating whatsoever. You know exactly what I mean when I say access to something. I'm not gonna say the word.
No. I don't. His artist didn't die, Judo. That's sarcasm. Finbar's off doing mandatory service or something.
She says Conor McGregor can take her anytime. What?
Okay. She's yes.
Oh God.
No, but you know what it is, though, right? Because see, if you want to do a watch along of it, but you're not going to want to do what is the Cake Crusader? You're not going to watch it.
Of what?
The Cake Crusader?
Yeah, I don't know. They race swap Penguin.
What do you mean? Well, if it's decent execution, it looks like it's decent. It's an Elseworld style story. It should be good. See you, Mando. I have to message you and get back to you. What do you mean? Him being Doom? Judo, don't overreact, right? If you went off everything we saw in the Fallout, like trailers, right? You would have thought it was going to be a weird series. And it really wasn't half the way it was. So we know so here's the setting for it. And this has been in the works a while, Judo. So give it a chance till it screws you over, all right? And I could be 100% wrong because I walked into X-Men 97 expecting to be sideswiped, all right? But I wasn't. A gay black man actually pulled off X-Men 97 faithfully. Now, Bruce Timms, who did the original TAS, is doing the series. Now, it's set in a weird style in the 40s, using some of the current second gen of the series. Now, the Harley Quinn is going to be a little bit different. The Penguin, fine. I'll wait to see how the episode goes. All right? Bear with me. It's a different telling, kind of like an alternate universe, which, fine. Well, the Borderland movies is bad. No one has hope for that, by the way.
It looks like fucking shit.
What do you mean? Dev ruined D&D? I understand. Dev's little meandering ruined D&D.
I thought it was funny when she said, "What is she doing wrong compared to Katie did?" It's interesting how Katie did tries to have these low cut tank tops though.
Well, she's supposedly married and
Supposedly to a beta male. That dude looks like he does not wear the pants in the marriage.
Don't know. See the picture of him, but I just took care. Hello, Dibber. How are you? I'm just sitting here chilling. I don't know. But, no. Okay. Everyone's going after the Cape Crusader because she asked about Doom and like the thing. I was stop bringing up Renowned to go watch. Judo's done that. Give the Cape Crusader a chance. Give it a couple of episodes. If you don't like it, it's going to be the thing. I challenge anyone to go back and watch the original TAS and tell me that crap aged well. And if you say it did, I know you're lying.
What? The
The animated series?
which one?
Batman.
I think it definitely did age well.
Parts of it aged well. Parts of it
She,
didn't.
she says she has better boobs. I agree.
You know what? You are more than welcome to. I'm going to be covering that series episode by episode. Okay. Judo, did you see X-Men 97? Okay. Judo, it's easy. I'll be the first to tell you if it sucks. You will have to. It's funny because you actually have to see it. It's because I tried to tell Renown to watch Fallout. So a lot of people didn't want to give Fallout a chance, but Fallout was good. Okay. X-Men 97 we thought was going to be a disaster. Okay, Crusader's been in the works for years. Now, my only problem I find is not the execution of the Penguin. I want to see how they're going to do Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is going to be the big test, not as much the Penguin. Depends who the villains are going to be. You have 8 episodes. If she is supposed to be a Joker-like character, okay. It's all how it goes. But we will know very early on if it's going to be a good show or bad show. Oh, Doomer. Oh, Doomer. Oh, yeah, go back and watch the other. It's Tony.
I don't even think Miss Sparkle's heard what I said.
I don't hate EVS. Oh, I have to lay out how Tony has narcissistic personality disorder. It's okay. It's all because he calls me mentally ill, and I find mental illness all through him. The man could literally, see Doomer, when you hit like 8 out of the 9 indicators, he needs to be tested. Seriously. 8 out of the 9 goddamn indicators. Jesus. I'm going to nuke my coffee pot at some point. The golden mystery of making coffee and how you get coffee grounds in your fucking shit.
I just know that Miss Sparkles said that she has better boobs than Katie did, and I agreed. I hit the one.
You hit the wrong one.
I hit the refresh button.
So what do you have planned outside of your stream tomorrow that's going to get stream sniped?
I don't know yet.
More videos? You're going to do a video on, are you going to do a video on Lord Raptor Jivas? God. DTFOing Miss Katie did? No.
Maybe.
Too low hanging fruit.
I know it's not low hanging fruit. I watched that clip, and all I can say is she literally sits there talking about. She literally sits there and talking about how people in Lord Raptor's chat could swat her, yet literally hangs out with a guy who doxed.
Oh, you know what's funny? If you go back and watch the stream we did with Saggy and she's in the chat, I asked her the same question that Lord Raptor Jesus asked.
Oh, I saw that.
How old was Rin? You saw that in the chat too that day, right?
I did.
How old was Rin at the start of the show and the end of the show? Same for Kagome.
Kagome was 14.
She was the start, yes. It's 10 to 12 on.
No,
Rin.
that won't happen, Judo. The only person that says that, Eric July is the hardest, our version of the N word is Tizo Spencer.
Well, the whole funny thing about Katie did, and it was Vicky Verse was saying she's the growth and thicker skin, basically.
100%.
What is it? Elasmat said the same thing too. He literally said this is a male-dominated space. You need to have thicker skin.
Pretty much.
Or you need to share other stuff that makes you more pleasing, like Mandy. Was it Mandy?
It was Mandy, yeah.
God. I won't lie. CG is a terrible place.
Yep.
And EBS doesn't have Mandy pics.
Everyone has Mandy pics. You can find those.
Why would you call it the Uwu cast? Look, Judo, I actually grudgingly respect, if you think about it, I actually grudgingly respect Vicky. I've actually had arguments with her on Twitter. Now, Dean's a bitch, but different story. But she can be rather based, by the way. Very based. Mandy Summers, I believe her name.
Mandy Summers, yeah, she's like former OF chick.
She was wasn't she doing art or something in CG along with other things? Other than other shit that she was doing. Yeah, she definitely wasn't doing side work. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, she was doing spicy work on the side while collecting male genitalia pics.
Yes. She was not doing side work. Supposedly she has D pics of every fucking. Oh, so Doomer, to answer your question here. I can explain this very interestingly. I'm sure Renowned has his own version. I'll let him explain his if he wants. So here's the thing about why people hate Eric July. Eric July is one of these people. Like, I've watched Eric July since way long ago. And he was like a sub, 100,000. He was like 30, 40. He honestly has the curse that people just dislike him. Like when he became big, people just started hating on him, and basically they just go after him. And I'm not saying it's because he's a black man or anything, but he has this weird innate talent that weirdos get jealous of people. They've gone after him. When he started Rippaverse, it got a lot worse. Like, people started hating on Eric July when he was like going his libertarian politics takes. Like, that's the whole clip of the Ho Ass Roads thing. But when he started Rippaverse, he started outdoing CG. And then, rest is history. Everyone just pocket watches him. EVS, because I called EVS was going to stab him in the back because EVS is a jealous entity. As we now can testify to that. And Eric used to be more confrontational before he started the Rippaverse.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I'll let him explain if he wants to.
I agree with the racism because for some weird reason they keep bringing up his race and then complain when everyone else does it. It's like you guys brought up the race first. That's why we bring it up.
But isn't it like the weird irrational hate too?
Mm-hmm.
Like he has like people just dislike him. It's like I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. And I've heard people say like Hypnotic says it's easy money too, but it's like it makes no sense why you just go after him. And he does have legitimately the most retarded detractors ever. Like EVS liked him right up until he did a cover. Then he wanted to backstab him as soon as his comic started selling better. Because just to give you an idea, Doomer, a subsection of his comic that he put out in time, a book, Goody, outsold what EVS did in like years. He had $1 million campaigns, a side book that sells 10,000 books. And apparently that's failing and delivering on time. I have no clue. Am I wrong, Rita?
No.
And they don't understand art is subjective, right? Let's say art is subjective. You don't have to like Rippaverse comics. Well, I don't irrationally hate on it. I don't like half the CG books, or most of them. What? But yeah, like Eric July just gets kicked around. A lot of the grifters like making fun of him, like Tony and them. Well, he wasn't expecting to hit 3 million on his first campaign. That's what people don't get. He just did. No, I don't think EVS was jealous. EVS has far bigger problems. EVS, like if you think of what his mortal sin besides gluttony is. God. His evil sin besides gluttony. I need to find the chair that he broke. I think it's just EVS believes. A lot of people in CG believe you can only put out one book a year, or maybe one book every 2 years. They'll fundraise a book and maybe have it out in 2 years. You know? I'm not wrong. That's just how it works. Like, and then people in CG the big people sometimes hate Eric. It's just sometimes they hate him politically. There were people who hate him politically because he's a libertarian. And even that's weird in Texas, but go figure. Look, Judo, jealousy is a bitter, bitter pill for many people. I think a lot of people, they overestimate. It's hard to say out of sheer jealousy, if that's what it is. It depends, though, see, Doomer. Like, what's the... If it's a 36... Okay. Renown, how big is Cyberfrog?
I want to say it got increased to 64 pages. I think it started at a 48 page rate.
48 page?
Yeah, I think that's what it started at, and then I think it went up to 64.
So, how long do you think on average it would take a person to ink and color and get a 48 page book out? That's what you got to ask yourself. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should do about it.
Yeah, you're half dead. I'll probably get up here too sooner.
Yeah.
Yep. You have fun, and I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you will.
I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening.
All right. Later.
See you. Okay, so if you have questions as well, the big thing, right? A page, drawing a page, getting the page laid out, and getting the imagery. 48 pages, right? What do you think the average? I mean, look up what's the average Marvel floppy now? Like, what's the average Marvel? They say it's 32 pages. Let's say a couple of years back, so 22 pages, and they get those on a serial run of 30 days. You do a one, and you are doing how many? Getting it to an ink colorist, assuming the first two runs are out, and getting it planned out after the first. And yeah, it's possible. You should have a script, storyboarded. You mean professionally or independent, though? Like, okay, do you mean professionally or do you mean a independent comic? Because unless you're like Eric, because he's located in Texas, that has direct paper milling, and he did industrial, right? Or at least a bigger page rate. Because look, I collect Magic the Gathering and I play it, right? So Texas has more than one or several paper milling facilities to get paper out and print books. It's cheaper for us here. Florida's cheaper too. But you have to mass order. So it's like, I think he said his initial cost per book but he didn't say how many was like 325. Not true at all. It's not true, Miss Sparkles. I mean, Indy, right? You could map out 3, but I don't think you can map out 3. I think you could do 1. You could do an arc. Let's say do about 3 novels. I think you could script it out. Yes. 2. But effectively get it done? That's a different story. But in reality, because it depends on your staff and you depend on the inking, depend on the cost. But I am going to get out of here too, so. And my what? It's Arch sitting on butter. It was from his Thinker series a very long time ago. It's very poignant. But I do need to get. I will get with you later. I am going to have to get off. But I will catch up tomorrow. I didn't mean to go 4 hours.